right.
I swear to God, you are. Oh, fuck. I just got a shiver. I hate it. I want to go home.
I think old mate's still chasing me. Oh, fuck. Jesus.
We have you. It's okay. Shh. We have you. The gospel isn't done yet. You will record your own resurrection. You will complete your gospel.
Okay, I can't reach that, so I'd have to. How did I used to? Maybe I could reach it. I could. Look at that. We've reached Hotel Zanzibar, which means we have skipped half of the level.
Sergeant, I need you on that bird. My pelicans are gonna start air.
Fuck. Okay, so if I sacrifice Chloe, everyone survives. The only people that are affected by that, if I sacrifice Chloe, would be Max, and Joyce and David.
Fucking nuglets. What do you mean, just standing there? There's no woman behind me. I can't tell if he's still there or not. Oh fuck, Foxy. Oh shit. Foxy's not there. Foxy's not there. Oh fuck. Yeah.
Oh. Let him see me.
No, I'm gonna... Hang on. Just because I'm curious. I want to see what he does. That'll do it.
I threw that left hand as well.
That was a good shot. Oh, I can't even reach it. To prove that she did chuck something at me. Oh my god, this is really red on stream.
Ow, you can't hit me, I'm sick.
Oh my god.
Why would you throw things at me?
It was a pass. I passed it to you. We all saw it. Don't do that. Am I going slow? Oh, step at a time. 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 Oh, fuck. What's wrong with her? Oh, fuck. No.
Oh shit, she's got super strength.
Also, you got to trust me with this one, but you've got to go down this way.
Alright.
Yeah, there's goop.
Alright.
There's goop over there.
I'll goop you, mate. Alright. Up! So you know that last part where you're like, you gotta trust me on that one?
Yeah, I didn't do anything.
Wait, what do you mean?
My portal's doing the same thing. What happened to you? Did you walk off the fucking...
I don't believe you.
Did you walk
I
off?
believe you. No, I
Hello,
did not.
everybody.
Did you walk off?
How we all doing?
Wait, no,
My
no.
portal's
Are you...
disappeared.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Who we got here? We got some Jantha, some Sith, and some Ginge. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all? I'm a little bit dark. There we go. I feel like I'm too bright now. Might be fun. How are you all doing on this Friday evening? This Friday night? What was I gonna steal from Sass's Twitch? This one here. Yeah, okay. I can do it after. Hey, Rolkus, how you doing? Seth, I'm doing well, thank you. Doing well. I got dinner here. I'm letting it cool down because it's fucking hot. Of course, there's an ad break. That is stupid. Dumb. Yep. Da, 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 da. Yes. No. Not that one. What am I looking for? Sure. I can worry about it later. Oh. Anyway, we're going to be playing some more Silent Hill 2 tonight, actually. Been looking forward to it all week. And then chuck you there. Cool. Beautiful. So I'm just sorting shit out at this end. All right. Cool. You'll see back there, Zuna is making dinner. And a little blurred ball in the top right, top left, top something. Don't wave at the cat. No, don't. Stop. Stop it. Are you middle fingering? You're middle fingering. She's not middle fingering at all. I lied. I lied. Yeah, okay. So. Don't do that. Absolutely disgusting behavior. Yes. Okay. Me. Da, 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 da. All right, cool. Perfect. Ginge with the chicken. 8 soggy meatballs. You got 8 of them in there. Ginge, how do you fit them in? How do you fit them all there? I still need to figure out what I'm going to do with that. Because I forget who mentioned it. They were like, what do we do with the soggy meatballs? And then I was like, I don't know. You can do anything. And then it made me think, what if you could do something with the soggy meatballs? So I don't know what I will do there. You're just going to eat them, Ginge. Nom, 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 nom. Soggy balls. Sooner. I'm pretty sure I heard your food go off, actually. Go get your food. Go on.
So aggressive to me when stream starts.
What do you mean?
So mean.
You know I love you. All right. Justice for Zuna. This is on your side, apparently. Oh my god, Diablo 4 added fishing. I did see there was a massive update for Diablo 4. I should probably see what's in it. I did download it the other month, and it was okay. I tried getting to the end game to see if it got better, and it didn't. So, Diablo. Yep. I don't care if it's Diablo. Diablo. Whatever. Yeah, I didn't care for it too much, honestly. Yeah, I preferred the third one. Prefer the third one. I'm addicted to it. It's what I'm currently doing. Sith, you're in it too. I'm enjoying it, but I took a long break, didn't play last expansion, so trying to catch up. Yeah, I think when the last expansion dropped is when I jumped back in, because it was meant to be, different. But I don't know. I played it and I just couldn't get into it. I couldn't. All right, cool. Diablo. Yeah. Yeah. I don't care. All right, I can close all that. Why is that even open? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. I played the fuck out of the third one, but I couldn't get into 4. I really couldn't. And I did try. I tried twice, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. It felt like it was trying to be a mix between 2 and 3, but just wasn't doing it for me. Hey Ken, how you doing? Have you been well? I have. I've just been working. We did a small midweek stream. We played some Sandbox, which wasn't great. We're doing some Silent Hill 2 tonight, actually. So very excited for that. Been looking forward to it, honestly. Hunting dinner. Ooh. Delicious. Are you sad walking because I'm a little bit aggressive? No, I love you. Everyone knows I love you. Oh my god. But no, Ken, I hope you're doing well as well, man. I hope you're doing well. I did actually. Some small news. Not that it's a massive thing. I only had like 72 followers or whatever, but it's not. That's not the point. It was more though so that I've had it for so many years. Anyway, my TikTok got banned. It was so I opened it at 10 o'clock yesterday morning, and then I had a video that was meant to go out at 12 or 1, and it failed. I got an email that it failed posting, and I was like, that's okay. And I checked it out. I checked the email, and I was like, oh, it's a TikTok site. I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And then I went into TikTok, and yeah, it just said your account's been. It did say suspended, but then when I tried logging in, it just said it was straight up banned. And I was like, that's weird. So I appealed for it, and I had Sass and Ali say, oh, it's probably because you had probably one of the things that I posted had the word kill and die. Like I was saying that, oh no, I'm dying, I'm being killed, blah, blah, blah. And usually it's kind of like a warning or similar. Anyway, I appealed it, and they just basically said, no, there was a reason for it. And that was what I put on Instagram, the email, but it was basically the exact same thing. So they gave no explanation for it. And it's not really the point. There was no one really following me on it, that's not following me anywhere else. And there was nothing special on it. The only thing was the algorithm. The algorithm was tied to me. I've lost years of algorithm. Gone. It's dead. But no, it's not. Yeah, I'm not too fussed. I feel like TikTok's kind of gone downhill anyway. And yeah, not wildly fussed about it. It's just more of so frustrating. It would be more concerning if I did have a bigger following. So yeah, TikTok always bans people with no explanations. Yeah, it's so weird. I feel like you would have to have some. Did I miss something? Why did I get an email saying someone followed me, but I've got the feed here and that's not the case. Yeah, 5 minutes ago. It's automod bots they use. Oh. Okay. Weird. Yeah, it's weird that TikTok don't give a reasoning, and I feel like they probably should, especially given how, I did spend I've got the Red Spiral Studios account, which is my game dev business, and I've got an account for that, and I did spend some money ages ago on advertising, but I can't actually access that account now because it was tied to my mobile number, and looking back, that was a stupid move, but it was tied to my mobile number, and I also had signed up with the email and a password, but that doesn't seem to work either at the moment. But the account's still there when I search it up, and I'm really confused because it's kind of like, I should be able to access that account anyway. It's more concerning that there's no reasoning for it at all. And if it was a bigger account, one that is earning money from it and has a larger following, and the account just goes, like, what happens? Yeah. Do they just make a new account? I feel like you can't at that point, right? Like it's a bit stupid. Anyway, that's pretty much the biggest news. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But anyway, I am. Oh, hang on. Segue. I do post on YouTube. All the content that was going to TikTok is going to YouTube. So there's that. appeal, and they should fix it up at some point. I did actually appeal it, and they did come back to me. And let me read to you. Let me read to you the response. Thanks for submitting your appeal. Unfortunately, we couldn't process your appeal because of unusual activity from your account. And then when I go in, and then when I go to log in to appeal again or whatever, it comes up with the same thing as I had when I went for it, and it was just basically just like, I don't know. It's just gone. So there's no reason for it, and I'm not too fast. So I'm posting to YouTube, and ideally, I think I'd like YouTube to probably be where all of that is going. I'm putting a little bit of effort into it, more effort than I probably should be actually at the moment. But yeah, I did actually spend a bit of time on a video that posted a couple days ago of me playing Species Unknown with Dan. And that was a fun time. That's a fun time. That video is kind of slowly getting there, but I feel like it was a fun video. But yeah, enough about that. Enough about TikTok. Stupid. Hello, Griffin. How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I saw that one. Oh, did you? I had a lot of fun putting that together, actually. I wanted it to be memey, but I didn't want it to be too memey or reliant on it. I feel like it's okay. It's not obviously perfect, and a lot of I could improve it a lot or going forward, but I think I'm still trying to find, at least on YouTube, what my shtick is. If it is just posting VODs, or if it's posting those weird edits or shorts. I need to. I'm just slowly trying to figure it out. So I'm kind of chucking a whole bunch of stuff up and kind of seeing what sticks. So that's where that's at. Yeah. But yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see if this works. Haha, perfect. I'm going to pin it because we're going to go into Silent Hill 2. What am I doing? Silent Hill 2. Neato burrito. We're just diving straight in. Pindy's nuts. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Sith. Okay. Cool. Of course. Ripperoni. Stupid. Why is my chat going down? There we go. And then get out of here, music. Cut it out. Soon, real soon, I'll be able to Soon, real soon, I'll be able to afford a fart. I still added a word. Why did I add a word in there? Yeah, how exciting. Soon. Real soon. Thank you, Jantha. Fuck, well, I don't even know what I was doing. I'm really bad at gambling. We have fun gambling, though, you know? We have fun. It's a fun time. Okay, I don't need to go in there. I don't even know what I was doing. I was real tired when I finished up last time. And safe. I haven't tried getting into this. Okay. No point. No point. We got letters. What's this one? Patient room number C1. Okay. Designation 31.3. Hey FP, how you doing? Welcome in. Da, 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 da. Okay. 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 So are all of those updated on... Oh, they are now. Okay. Question mark and L1. So it sounds like I need to go to L1. What else is happening? Oh, that's right. It was this thing. So I needed to find a button up top. That's all I needed to find. And that was the recording. Is it that way? What you playing? I'm just in chatting. I shouldn't be. Thought I updated it. There we go. Silent Hill 2, by the way. First time playing it. So I'm just a little baby. I've never played the first one. Oh, okay. Thank you, Griffin. Griffin, now you've got to wait. You got to wait until you can afford another fart. How exciting. I see it updated now, but it wasn't before. Yeah, weird. I know last week as well, Rolkus, first time streamer. No, I swear it was done it. But last week I updated it, and then Rolkus, and then I think someone else also was like, it hasn't updated. So I don't know what the go is. Hey, stop. Okay. Bathroom. I don't know why. OBS likes to mess with stuff and set the previous category sometimes if you change it during stream. Right, okay, so that might have been what happened. No, okay, cool. So bad, multiple weeks. No. Hey, no. Stop that. Hey, Wolfman, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. That kind of threw me off a little bit there. So it's giving me ammo. Why are you giving me ammo? Okay. And I'm just doing this so it marks it off on the map. Yeah. Okay. It's raining outside. I can just hear the rain. Oh. So I keep on getting shotgun shells, but I have no shotgun. So hopefully soon. I don't have a key. Don't have a key. Okay, so that'll be the way to get in. I think I need to go to the nurse's lounge, actually. If I remember correctly, there was a... Oh. Don't like that at all. I hate that. I hate it. Shoddy. I knew it. I knew it. But that's okay. We'll try and use the shotgun as a last resort or boss. It's getting worse. The noise is getting worse, but what? It's just outside the door? Thank you. Holy shit. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There we go. I'm not stuck anymore. Thank you, Sith, by the way, for that. Really appreciate it. I forget how to... We're good. We're good. I don't forget how to. I lied. That was a big lie. Big ol' fat lie. I remember exactly how to do it. Okay. It's to the left, right? Of course. Easy. No stress. None. Okay. Nothing in that one. Nada. Nothing. Okay. Marty knows exactly how to do it. Do I? Do I know how to do it? I don't even know anymore. I don't know. Oh, a key. L1. Okay, that's where I need to go. Okay. It's kind of blinding. I do maybe want to check out the treatment room. I haven't been down there. But knowing... Yeah. Of course, I can go up or down. Interesting. I don't need to go that way. Because that way it just goes back. Neato. Neato. Yep. Put that away. I am noticing that I'm running out of pistol shots. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll better take that over there then. Oh no. I got shivers. I got shivers. I have a feeling it's not going to show its face before I put this in the thing. Before I go over here and jump in, it's not going to show its face. Thank you, Ginge. Hey, Nino, how you doing? Welcome in. I don't like that. It sounded like it was crawling. They brought in the girl today, poor thing, hasn't said a word. She just sits there, head in her hands, sobbing and quivering. I moved her to the corner bed. Seems to have calmed her down a bit. She even smiled at me, I think. Okay. Oh, I think I just saw a hole. I think I just saw a hole in the fucking wall over here. Is that gonna move? Oh, it's gonna crawl. Oh, okay. No, okay. I'm not too fussed, actually. If it's just the leggies, that's fine. If it's just the leggies, that's fine. But why? Why would you do this? Oh, am I gonna fall to the basement? Of course. Oh, he reached the bottom. Okay. I thought he stopped himself. I didn't realize I was at the bottom. So I would be in the basement, right? Oh, no. I'm just on level 1. Of course. Of course. Okay. Yankees? What this? Oh. Yeah, right. Son of a bitch. So you know how I said I was gonna keep the, shoddy to... That's a shame. Why won't they help me? Why do they keep me in here with him? Let me out, 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 let me out. Okay. So I'm back down here now. Is there a reason why I'm here? So what do I have? No. Not maps. Nope. Key items. Mark bracelet found. Oh. Okay. So I meant to take that back upstairs. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And that is through the staircase in the bottom right there. Yeah, okay. Can't do anything there. Can't do anything there just yet. So I've got to go up here. Yep. I go up. Okay, drawing. Don't need to do that. And then... Yep, this way. I don't think I can... No. Is that something that I can open from the other side? Thinking about it now. Alright, well, I'm out of pistol ammo now. Which is fine for the moment. Can I unlock this? I can. Beautiful. Oh. Oh no, I did this. Yep. I did that, never mind. Hey Hatton, how we doing? Hope you're going well. On this Friday evening. Okie dokie. Mark bracelet 1. Oh. Well, how do I know? Home from work and just had dins. Ooh, big day, but yay Friday. Yeah, I think that is the good thing about Fridays is that it is done. The week is done. The day is done. It's the weekend. A lot of good things about the Friday, actually. Okay, well, I don't actually know what to do with that right meow. However, I do need to figure out what the fuck to do next. Is there a higher level? There is. Oh, okie dokie. All right. How far through Silent Hill 2 are you? We met Angela a second time yet. Is Angela the dark-haired girly? We met her at the start in the church, and then so we've met her at the graveyard, and then we met her in the apartment block, and she gave us this guy, Angela's knife. We haven't met her again. We're in the hospital now. Knife. Knife. Yeah, so I don't know what this means. I got no idea. At all. But yeah, we're in the hospital. We've just found one of the wristbands. Hey Zach, how you doing? Welcome in. And now we need to... Oh, okay. Okay, so the staircase in the top left there will be my go-to. So I should probably go up first and check out D1. And then when I check that room out, I should go down. And then I can use that, I think, to get into a lot of the ones on that level. Okay, well, let's go up first. Let me save first. Blinding. I don't have any ammo for my pistole. So I should probably just try and melee, I guess. Okay. believe I could go down here. And I want to go up. Oh, another drawing. And I want to go left. Hey.
Hey, are you okay?
Go away!
Don't be afraid. I just want to talk.
Okay. So how... So E. E? Oh, it's the broken one. Well, I don't know then. Ah, it's in that room. Okay. Thank you, Ginge. Thank you for that, gingerbread. Get barred. Get barred. Oh. Dodging. Oh. She grabbed it? Hey. Yeah, she does a 1, pause, 1, 2. Yeah, okay. That's not that scary. Hang on. Pieces of candy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Come on. Come here. Fuck. Hey. No. Don't do that. Got him. Okay. Didn't need to do that, I don't think. That's okay. Why would I need to go up more? Nothing in there. Ooh. Let's have a look. Of course. There's a key for the roof. D2. Oh, that sounded like a little kitty. No. Typewriter. Day 1. Patient transferred for observation, malnourished, shallow breathing, avoids eye contact. Agitated in presence of staff, frantic at the notion of touch. Day 2. Patient refuses solid food. Nasogastric, forced feeding required. Serotonin antagonists administered to reduce nausea and vomiting. Day 3. Patient restrained for bathing and feeding. Prepare the treatment room accordingly. Progressing malnourishment. Oxygen deficiency. Self-injury suspected. Could not confirm. Day 4. Something is very rotten. Okay. Okay. let's go see what... Come in. What's this? 1F. Inner ward. Okay. Dr. Andrews, we delivered the radiographs you requested. However, it looks like the file was incomplete, as one of the pictures was nowhere to be found. Oh, thank you for the 3 stream streak, Ginge. We will send somebody as soon as we locate it. Let me know if you need anything else. Am I meant to be going the long way? Oh, I don't even know what this is. Long way, short way, A way. Oh. Old fracture, skull Oh, I can rotate. Ah, okay. You. Okay. Says, oh. Don't mind if I do. Gimme. 11 soggy meatballs. Oh, okay. You. You. 4. Okay, and there is one more somewhere. Now I suspect it will be somewhere completely opposite to where I am. Yeah, no, not the... Cowabunga Canboy. Canboy? Oh boy. Cowabunga Cowboy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you are doing fantastic. Thank you, Dan. I wonder, actually, if it is in the treatment room. That didn't have a question mark before, I don't think. This one. Requested error. Looks like the file was input as one of the pictures been able to be found. We will send someone as... Okay, well, that doesn't... Nothing there. Okay. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Perfect timing, Dan. No, you don't need to. You don't need to say that to Dan. You don't need to say that at all, actually. Also, I actually love that fucking emote of Dan. Great. What were you doing, Dan? But Dan, what were you doing? Are you trying to eat something? Like, hey Sharp, welcome in, how you doing? Yeah, so that one was him sending it. He was playing Kerbit Space Program. Using 10% keyboard. Oh, okay, that explains it. Oh, that's the fucking... Ah, I thought it was going to be a key. Well, 1F. Where does this take me? Where's 1F? Ginger keeps losing 10% every time. How small is the keyboard now, Dan? Dinner check. Have you eaten it yet, Marty? I sure have. Yep. I sure have. See? It's empty. You can see from the top here and how there's a little bit on this side. Empty. Oh, hang on. I just got to quickly do something over here for a sec. Hang on. Oh fuck! I thought I dropped something. I didn't. I didn't at all. This bowl is real empty. Someone refill its stat. No, no, no. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Drop your guts. Maybe. Maybe. Fuck, I've missing chat here. Zuna, did you cook him dinner? No, I actually microwaved it myself, thank you. Sharp, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I got silly Billy stuff to do, but I wanted to say hi. Sharp, not a problem. You go do your silly Billy stuff if you need to. I appreciate you just popping in and saying hey. It would be a fart button soon. Yeah. At this point, I think I would just a fart button, maybe. Fart button. Or maybe I'd do my own little fart button. Where the fuck's one? Oh, one effort. This is first floor. I don't actually have ass worms, thank you, Dan. Don't pass it on. Thank you. So, what is this? In a ward. Oh, it's going to be that big circle in the middle there. Right. Look, I am enjoying this. I am. I feel... That is like the perfect vertical... I don't know what's happening there. Holy shit, that's kind of impressive. Good, thanks. How about you? I'm doing well, thank you, Dan. Doing well. Nice to learn fun facts like this immediately upon entry. No, Cowboy, you don't need to listen to Dan at all, actually. What I might know. Okay. Okay, this just reminds me of the lightsaber episode of Rick and Morty where he drops it perfectly vertical. Perfectly, yeah. And it goes just down. What's going on here? Okay. So I'm going to try this door. But I don't believe I can get in there yet. Called it. I knew. Perfectly vertical. That was really hard to say, actually, Zach. Oh. It's a dead end. Oh, no. I got ammo. Okay, well, I get... Oh, actually, can I... Is that going to say it's locked now? Yeah. Okay, well, now I need to go all the way back up to here. And then on this level, I need to... Let me know if you want other Marty facts. I have heaps. You don't actually, Dan? So why was that one super easy kill? There... Oh, gimme. What else is here? Oh, gimme. I do, don't I? Zuna, you don't have any either. He was in the Australian Boys Choir. Dan, did you want to talk about something for a sec, champ? Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hang on. I'm not sure if audio is going to come through. Let's find out. No, okay. Nope. Hang on. I got this. Actually, what? Where is the audio coming from, actually? None of those ones. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine because we add source. You know what? Let's go VLC. Yeah. Hang on. We're getting there. Hold on. I just got to mess around with things. Hold on. Okay. We ready? We ready? There it is. Ah, shit.
I can be your hero, baby.
Have you ever thought about singing at all? Professionally singing?
Do you know, actually, I was in the Australian boys choir when I was young.
Cute. What was your... Sorry, what was that, Daniel? Was this you in the Australian boys choir? Is this you? Is this you or is this not you, Daniel? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know, Daniel. You come out here spurting these lies, this slander. Is this you? This image here. That's all. I rest my case, Your Honor. I rest my case, Your Honor. And let the jury figure it out. Can you have a word to him, please, for bullying? Dan? No, she can't, actually. I can't tell. All you white men look the same to me. I heard Marty was actually the guy in the pluck a duck suit. No, wrong. Different Marty. Different Marty. Marty did ballet as a young boy. I did, actually. I did. Marty jumps in his sleep. Zuna, everyone does. Whatever. So Silent Hill 2, real fun. That was in Gibraltar. No, it wasn't actually. I think he was the guy in the fat cat costume. Dan, you're wrong. So are all the Marty facts really Dan facts? Dan, do you have bumworms? 100%. Dan has bum... Oh, there's a hole here. Where does this hole take me? L3. Do I need to go in there? I don't know. Let's find out. Dan, I've had a word from Zuna. A word from Dan. I just don't know what to do with myself after this, Dan. I'm pretty sure I don't even know what to say anymore, honestly. Don't read into it too much. No, I've read quite a lot, and I'm reading between the letters here as well. And there's more space between these letters than there are between us, Dan, and it's just hurtful. And I just can't do this anymore. And there's fucking lots of them in here. Look at him squirming. Oh, dodged. Dodged. Okay. Thank you, Dan. Are these bosses? No, these are just regular guys. Don't. Ginge, don't. I know exactly what you're gonna say. It got the better of me. Fuck off. Oh, it's bleeding. These guys were moaning last time, actually. Every time I killed them, they were moaning. I'm streaking around Marty. Aw, Fishy, thanks for the 5 stream streak. What? Sorry, what's up, Danny? You got question marks, but I'm not sure what you can, what you're questioning mark to. Imagine if your shoes moaned when you put them on. Wait, Fishy, yours don't? Her drawings. 9. G? G or 9? Can't quite tell. Let me in. Gimme. It's usually the other way around. Wait, you moan when you put shoes on? Oh. It stopped. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Was there 3 of them? I only remember killing 2. Oh, no, that's the leggy one. Never mind. I don't have short-term memory loss. At all, thank you very much. So that room's done. I need to go downstairs. That is right. We good? I feel like I've not been giving myself enough time between waking and having to get to work this week because I still haven't been limbered up putting my shoes on this week. It's been some old man groans getting the old work boots on. So you're moaning every time that you put your shoes on. Am I getting that right, Fishy? I can just use the elevator. I promise one day I'll learn punctuation. You don't have to. You don't have to at all, actually. Also, yes. Beautiful. Sleep in the boots. Oh, yeah, Ginge. Yeah. Just sleep in the boots. Okay. Yeah. You know, I could have probably just taken the stairs, honestly. Hey, yo. Surprise. No, she's gonna hit me. Fuck off, you dog. Nice. It's making that noise. Who be up squelching around right now, huh? Is it you? It is. I have two. I love this effect actually, where they're shaking their head. Why are you shaking your head? Fuck. No. Nope. Down. Okay, time to skedaddle. Have a great rest of the stream. No, Sharp. Everyone say good night, Sharp. Have a great sleep. And sweet dreams. Everyone say that really aggressively, too. Surprise, mother truckers. Yeah. Mandy would probably not be pleased if I rolled over and got them in the shins with steel caps. That's the, that's the gamble you have to take, fish. Good night, Sharp. Have a great sleep and sweet dreams. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Zero. Also, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Can't open that one. PS, still giggling over that reel. Wasn't ready for that mine. Okay, so here I should probably go to the pool, actually. The big fat old question mark there. Hey, yo. Oh, no. Stay down. Oh yeah, we're fine. And you're gonna spew on me, ain't you? Get down. I'm pretty sure there's one more. That's okay. That's okay. We're good. We're good. Soccer shin pads for Mandy. You're welcome. Oh. Actually. That's a great suggestion there, Ginge. What's this? This case bears a disturbing similarity to a situation that took place in the facility a few years back. The patient was admitted on a court order, but with the consent of his remaining family, his condition appeared to be improving for the first few weeks. The administered medications paired with individual sessions with a psychologist and art therapy alleviated his avolition? Yeah. Anhedonia and social withdrawal. There was no reason for concern. They didn't know anything was wrong until the night guard reported one of his keys was missing. When they found him, it was already too late. Thank you, Ginge, for that. I think it's going to be a great day when someone just rips that fat old fart. You know, they push a little bit too much. Oh. Got it? Yeah. Good. Dan, you son of a... Why is... No, fuck, I thought it was more. Was he scared a bit? Someone just tried calling our apartment. Not on our watch. Curious. Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Zunicorn, my finger slipped. Could you please refund my points? Zuna is next to me. Zuna, what do you say? Yes. You're refunding?
I'll just do it myself when I get back there.
That's okay. Wait, as in stand?
Yep.
That's okay. As long as Dan doesn't use points for me to stand, that's fine. Marty, just go and check the door. No, it's different, actually. The door is keypad. The door, it's not the front door. It's downstairs. I know that sounds, but I have to take an elevator. It's a whole thing, Dan. It's not like you're out of city, folks. Just an accident, maybe. We get it. We've had it a couple times, actually. Usually it's for, do you have a camera on the bell? So it's different. So it's kind of a buzzer, number pad voice thing on the street, and then people can doot 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 doot, and then it comes through. The phone that we've got is attached to that, and every apartment in our tower and has one. So people go doot 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 doot, and we think it's just someone trying to call a different apartment. A buzzer in your downstairs door. Yeah, Marty, just check your downstairs door. I have realized I have made a grave mistake. Annoying. Yeah, it doesn't happen often. It's probably happened more the past couple weeks. And when I say that, twice. I think this is the second or third time, actually. So, not too crazy, but okay, I remember that. Trying to get an autograph. Why, Dan? There's no reason. No reasoning at all. So there was, again, no reason for me to get here. I've been lurking, watching for like 5 minutes before I realized this was Silent Hill and not Resident Evil. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing? No, it's not Resident Evil. It is Silent Hill 2, the remake. So yes. Not yours, Zuna. Oh, Zuna's. They're after Zuna's autograph. God, how silly of me, actually. Of course, they're after Zuna. Moving soon, right? Or already I've lost track of it. Yeah, soon. We are moving soon, actually. It's next month. We're very excited, but we do need to start packing. So the closer we get, there'll be more boxes probably in my background. I don't need to do that. Is this Five Nights at Freddy's? Yes, it is, Zero. Sometimes people try for random buzz-ins for nefarious reasons. Yeah, we do get a lot of random people popping in. Is this the right way or the wrong way? That is the opposite way to the way I'm supposed to be going. So that means when I opened that door, I was already going down that way. Thank you, Ginge. Yeah, there's a lot of people that kind of sneak in when people are entering building already. Of course. Oh, I don't like FNAF. It's too scary. Bye. It's not FNAF, Zero. I promise it's not FNAF. It's FNAF 2. Ah! No, it's Silent Hill 2. You okay? Exactly. I should probably go in here, hey. Oh, you're not scary. You're not scary. I've killed like 20 of you. That's kind of scary. Stop that. Stop. Ow. Son of a bitch. Hey, Cardi, how you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. What? This way? Not bad. How are we all? Good. Good. Dan's just on one a little bit. And, yeah, as usual. And the rest of the chat's been pretty good. Oh, I can finger a hole? Oh, no, why can't I just reach down there? Why do I have to use something else? No, I don't need to go. Okay. Peak. Love fingering holes. Another incident with patient number 50. He got out of the pool and made a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. Oof. Thank God I was still here. He was completely manic, screaming. Had the orderlies hold him down. Barely managed to stitch him up. He's back in his room for now, sedated. What a goose. What an absolute goose. Okay, so the garden is pretty big. Dan was born on one. Oh my god. I think so. I think so. Yeah, so there's a lot to do here in this hospital. Actually. Quite a lot. Does this door open now? I think it always opened. I want to know who was making that noise. Was it you, milady? Hmm? Think so. No, I'm trying to dodge. Why didn't you let me dodge, game? Get owned? Get cornered? Nope. Cheater? You're hacking? What the fuck? Okay. Sounds like a classic stitch-up at the factory. It does, doesn't it? You must have imagined a noise. This hill is silent. I think so, Zach. There's a lot of sounds in this game, actually, that I'm like... Is this Tangier? Is this that game? Okay. I want some sour beers tonight from Three Sisters Brewery. Went for their dragon fruit smoothie and watermelon smoothie flavors. Ooh, that does sound nice, actually. That does sound really nice. Really brings everyone together, though. Yeah. Yeah. What is this noise? It honestly sounds disgusting. Can we not? For 2 seconds? Okay. I don't know if I meant to be this... I don't know if I meant to be here. There's a lot of noises. Okay. Oh, it's just the nurse. Okay. You have 3 sisters and we have 3 ravens. Okay. Alright, we Gucci. Oh, I got a little spray here. I can spray things. Mold removal. Beautiful. Okay. It's in the walls deep inside. The mold remover gets rid of it for a while, but then the thing reappears in the exact same spots. We need to get in there, break it all down if we have to, and root it out. Hmm. Oh, okay. Bit of a health code violation there. Yeah, I think so, especially in the kitchen. Gross. Stop that. Completely unrelated, I've been craving pastries since Mandy and Fish talked about that bakery the other day. Wasn't it today? Wasn't it today? Was it yesterday? I'm pretty sure it was today, yeah. It was literally this morning. Yeah, thank you. I'm like, am I going crazy? I was 90% sure it was today. Zuna, don't worry about it. No. Don't be like that. Today has felt like a week. It's Friday. Okay. Mood. Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not. Fucking hell, this week has felt like a year. Yeah. It's been... This year has felt like 10 years, honestly. That, loser. Oh! Oh! You missed. You missed again. You suck. You, oh! Dodged. Fuck off. Don't moan. Stop that. Are you dismissing Zuna's cravings? No. I'm very for the pastry and chocolate place. And we need to go. I'm not dismissing anything. At all. We need to go right now. They'd be closed. We can't go right now. I'm dismissing that though. Holy shit, Zuna. No, we can't break in. Where is it? There it is. Oh, big yawn. Oh shit, there's... fuck off. No, I thought I was okay. Oh, it's trying to fucking jump on me? Go away. Oh, yeah, right. That works. That works. That works too. Fuck off. Neato. Time to go. No, Ginge. Not time to go. Saturday, 6:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. Thank you, Dan. Wait, so there was no reason for me to go onto this left side, really? Right? That gets me every time. Well, Griffin, I had a look, and I thought it was 1 in a million, but I can't... it doesn't let me get up there. It's actually 100,000. But there was the 100,000th of a chance each fart for it to be a different fart. A better fart. The ultimate fart, I guess. Okay. The car park is dinky as shit, Zunamati, but it's worth... You should be able to park on street. Yeah, cool. I mean, it's... Well, where it is, it's very suburban, so I'd be surprised if we couldn't park on this street. Oh man, this one's not even straight up and down. Could you park at Kedron, HJ's, and hoof it the rest of the way? It gets busy. Okay. That's right. We can always park a bit further away and then walk, if need be. Car park real quiet right now, just saying. Griffin, don't feed into Zuna's need to break into a patisserie, please. What? No waddling. It's actually the last little bit of industrial left over there. It's right near the Ozpost depot. Oh, that's cool. I had no idea. Kedron is legit the only suburb from Brisbane I know of. Dan, you said 2 suburbs in that sentence right there. So you actually know 2. And you're well aware of Fortitude Valley. That's 3. Dan, I don't even know with you, man. You're like a different person. Hang on. Oh, I shouldn't. Brisbane is the city. Yeah, but it's also a suburb, Dan. It's also a suburb. Technically, it is. Brisbane City is the suburb. However, you can just get away with it just saying Brisbane, and that is the suburb. The more you know, Dan. No, I'm just... Oh, fuck. Oh, is that... Surely that was friendly fire there, right? Surely. Fuck off, you dog. Dan, that motherfucker would go to Spring Hill and be like, I'm in the city. He would, because he'd be like, the city's right there. What are you talking about? I'm in the city. And you'll be like, Dan, you're at least 4 streets away. You're not in the city. Dan is just going with the close enough is good enough attitude, and I think that's how we should all live. Yeah, but Jimmy, Dan would be at Chermside and go, I can see the city. I'm basically in the city. Fuck off. Piece of fucking... No, Jimmy is right. No. We have Chermside. Motherfuckers in Queensland need Chermside. It did take me a while, actually. Where I grew up in Newcastle, there's a place called Charlestown. And I worked at Charlestown, and I lived in Charlestown for a bit. And it took me quite some time to, when I came up here, to not call Chermside Charlestown. And every now and then it still slips through. But it takes some time. Chermside is basically where Barjo spent his time in Brisbane. Oh, really? Interesting. I mean... Yeah. They German. Who's up German their sides right now? Ew. Hey, Splurge, how we doing? Splungles? Thank you for the fart, by the way. Yeah, I crashed a plane into his old house. In Microsoft Flight Sim, I assume. Yeah, we went to the same high school in Chermside West. Oh, that's cool. Doxed. Yeah, don't do that. Don't dox. No dox. We don't dox here. There's no dox at all. Am I meant to get into the water? I do not want to get into the water. Ooh, thank you. That was a good fart. Yeah, but it's not the fart. You know? Am I... Oh, okay. I can go this way. I hear noise. I hear noise. No dogs. Hello, Mandy. How you doing? Also, ever since you mentioned this morning, Mandy, Zuna... Oh! Bent needle. Nope. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. Zuna has wanted to go to... patisserie. Chocolate and the other one. This morning? Wasn't it the other day? I don't know. Could you ask... Can you ask? Can you ask Zuna? Can you just get your missus some pastries, mate? Oh! I probably shouldn't have wasted any of those bullets. I wasted the bullets on the wrong things. I wasted a bullet in this little cockroach, and I wasted a shotty on the leggy. Oh my god. No, Dan, it's too late to get some pastries for my missus, mate. Okay? This morning is the same as the other day. It's really not Jimmy. Jimmy is right. He's really not Dan. Zero, I'm fucking you. It was for sure this morning. Thank you, Mandy. You just said it was the other day. Oh, Griffy, that's the cutie pie. Dan is taking everything too literally today. Oh, is this used for medical tube? Not what I was thinking. Never mind. We're good. We're all good. Anything? No? Anything? So what I was getting at before is I'm enjoying this. However, there's a lot of I don't know why I'm doing a lot of things. This place is a pastryless prison. You're goddamn right, Zuna. I'm gonna head out. Later, skaters. Okay, everyone say night, Dan. Night, Dan. Sweet dreams. I don't care if you're sleeping, but sweet dreams, Dan. I don't care if you're not sleeping either. Sweet dreams. Good night. Night, Dan. I just saw a build video of a pirate castle in Windrose, and it immediately sold me on the game. I haven't seen enough on Windrose at the moment. Windrose? Windrose. I might be able to use that thing down here, actually. Windrose, yeah. I don't know why I said Windrose. It's not Windrose. Windrose. Well, I don't know what the fuck I'm using any of this for. Pool pump. Something here. Okay, so I meant to use the pool pump to lower the water and go in. However, I need a key. And where could the key be? I don't know. It's apparently very, very like Valheim. But yeah, the video I found was nuts. The build system looks a bit enshrouded, which is good. So I haven't played either Valheim or Enshrouded. I've heard good things, that I haven't done it. I haven't done it on either. Thank you, Criffin and Splurge, for your farts. Okay, look. Oh, I can actually do the keypad. Oh, that keypad. Oh. The keypad. I'm basically right below the keypad. Up we go. To the keypad. Okay, this is a thing. They're all doing it. Just drop it. Okay. You. First try. Crypto Bros. Oddwood Valheim is an incredible game, great for a community game too, cheap for a server and very comfy procedural voxel world. Yeah, I've seen a lot of it, but I just haven't done it. Oh, I can hear something in here. Ew. Okay. They feed me garbage and rotting meat, crawling with maggots, thick with sinew. They make me bite down. The juices, red and yellow, hit the back of my throat. I choke and I gag and I vomit till my throat is sore. An aching, throbbing tube of flesh. I push it all out, but I can still taste it. Say sinew again. Yeah, I know I'm probably saying it wrong, but also, Dan, weren't you going, champ? You'd find this writing in a free Kindle smut book. Sinew, you can't just ask someone what's in them. So, an aching, throbbing tube of flesh. Yeah, I'm playing No Man's Sky, and I have you and Scotches on my other screen. Chat, can we just get a It's Danger Dan is playing No Man's Sky? Feel free to spam it for a little bit as well, if you want. Or don't. You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. But you can. Ah, fuck, I need to change the thing. I haven't changed it yet, Dan. I'm sorry. Can we stop making noises, please? Thanks, chat. You are the real one. Okay. So am I meant to... Oh, I can combine it. Yeah. Perfect. Look at that. Beautiful. Jimmy. I just saw Jimmy just copy-pasted the actual conversation. No Man's Sky, I wish there was no men in the sky. Close enough is good enough. Honestly. Honestly. Hey, Sai, welcome in. How you doing? Sai, just letting you know that Danger Dan is now playing No Man's Sky. Okay, I meant to go upstairs, ain't I? To the X-ray view. Because I have the thing. I know he messaged me about it. Dan, can you stop telling everyone that you're playing No Man's Sky, bud? We get it. You like No Man's Sky. I don't know what that fucking twang was. Sometimes I question myself. I still do it, but I question myself well in advance. And yet, I still do it. You know, and I think we all have that time in our life where we do things and we don't know why. You know? 4:37:12. 4:37:12. My DoorDasher has my Biscoff treat dessert, and he was fucking moved 2 meters in 10 minutes. That's the worst. 4:37:12. I may have 4:37:12. I may have read that and then immediately 4 no Q 4 37 12. Yeah, it hadn't it's gone, I reckon. Ew. Ew. Man, they really did fucking clean it before we touch it. Gross. With the day I had, I will surely commit crime if this dessert does not arrive promptly. You might have to... The fucking code's on the map. It made me remember a code, but it put it on the map? Why is everything so descriptive? A long, thick piece of medical tubing. Doesn't matter who's already stuck his arm in the toilet and the wall. Except that is true, Sai. Yeah, that is true. It should be illegal to withhold desserts on a Friday. Yeah, I think, Hatton, if you don't get it soon, surely when it arrives, you could put a refund request in to DoorDash, right? I know I've done that with Uber Eats ages ago. Oh, actually, can I? This was ages and ages. Combine. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, and then I've got to go back down to the drain. Why am I doing shit backwards? It appears on the map after you get the number switch. Okay. Why? Why would it do that? Why not? Why? Why would it add the numbers to it after I've done it? You know? Why? That's a question. DoorDash gave me a partial refund of $8 when my $13 croissant arrived with a dead fly chilling on the ham. Ew. Ew. Dead fly. Mema. Mema? So you remember. Oh. But why would I need to remember it? I've already used the code. DoorDash has always been dog shit in my experience. I don't think I've ever used DoorDash. I have used Uber Eats. And I don't think we've ever used DoorDash. I don't think. And if we have, I can't remember. So the experience must have been pretty poopy. I've never DoorDashed dog shit before. Well, Scots, there's, what do they say? There's always a time to start, never too late to start. Never too old to start, never don't start? I don't know. I've had DoorDash Premium for 3 years, but maybe I shall not renew. Oh, DoorDash Premium? Are you meant to get things faster? Pool. But he's holding it like it says poo. Pool. All right. Let's go to the pool. Uber Eats is mostly fine. Menu log was 50-50, and I've tried DoorDash like 3 times, and it's always been wrong or some issue. Yeah. Whenever I think we've had Uber Eats or, you know, I mean, Uber Eats, we haven't done anything else. Oh, actually, I have done menu log once before. And it's pretty 50-50 in the city. Pure, hot and steamy straight to your enemy. Business tagline. Not faster, just $0 delivery fee. Oh, is it worth it though, Hatton? Why did my voice just like disappear? Use. Oh, okay. Well, I did one time pick up my dog's poop and put it in a plastic bag and get my friend's mother to drive me to my boyfriend's house to leave on his doorstep. Hatton? I'm such a sucker for those couple of dollars savings, though. Yeah, okay, so it is worth it then to get the premium. Interesting. Oh, well, I don't trust you. Oh, am I meant to... Oh, this reminds me of, what is it? Annihilation. There were parts of Annihilation that was good. We live down a townhouse driveway, and I'm upstairs. Sometimes they deliver to the next driveway over, which looks completely different to my pick that's in the delivery instructions along with the car description. People are idiots. People are idiots. It was an apology for being a depressing piece of shit. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Of course. Of course. Of course. Of course. It got to one point they asked us to provide a pin to delivery drivers because of the fuck-ups. Wow. Wow. I've pretty much had hit and miss experiences with having to give the pin numbers. I've got to go upstairs into the thing now. Some ask for it, some don't. And I don't know, they probably should, right? They probably should ask for it, especially in the city with how many people there are about and around. But I don't know. It's pretty hit or miss with providing the little pin number you get. I meant to go to the hand and then the safe. Through here. And then down here. And then in here. Ayo. Okay, so now I put these on, but I try and figure out what's... Oh. So there was an order to that. I didn't know the order at all. Director's storage room key. I do like they added the handshake to the nurses. The headshake to the nurses. Yeah, I really like that effect as well, honestly. I really like it. Where's the director's over here? Of course. Of course. Let me in. Of course, the safe button. Ah, we're getting somewhere now. Oh, I didn't even see this. Yep. Yep. So you're there. You're there. You're there. Am I meant to remember all of these? No, he's writing it. He wrote something. He did it. Okay, that's the order. Okay. Oh my god, can I use that key on a locked room in Ark Raiders? Hatton, I've got to say, I need to play more of that. I have seen a couple things lately of people jumping out and not playing it. Or there's issues. I'm not too sure. You inventory. Safe button. Okay. Or less. Yeah, huh. Okay. Am I meant to... Okay. Okay. So we're meant to remember 90... Okay, so... 92, 45, 71. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 1, 2. So triangle and the wavy T. Triangle and wavy T. If I back out, does it stay? Oh, it does. 45. That one and the target. That one and the target. And then what's left? What's the last one? 71. Which is the down and the sideways T. Down. Sideways T. First try. Let me go. Rooftop. Oh, I've got to go. Of course. There's a letter, though. Their images become blurry, melting together. I could no longer tell. Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can. This will take you to where you need to be, though probably not the way you want to. Thank you, Fishy. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I've missed a little bit of chat because I was focusing on puzzles. What have I missed? Yeah, as much as I feel like it'll make me want to hate myself, I want to go back to it. Yeah, I really need to, I think, jump back in because I did enjoy it. I'm not sure if I enjoyed the PvP section. I really enjoyed the PvE though. Really enjoyed it. And I know there's a big, a large group of people as well, large player base wanting PvE. Yeah, I maxed out and did Expedition and haven't touched since latest updates. Ratties piss me off. But I'm also a veteran and hating myself with Siege and PUBG, so maybe that's just me. Maybe, Jimmy, maybe. I did first 2 expeditions, doing the third, but I may very well be done after this because the state of the game is killing me. Is it really that bad? Ugh. Ugh. Okay. I'm a veteran of just hating myself. Oh no. I never played enough to do expeditions. I was still at the stage of, ooh, a rubber duck. Yeah, I don't think I had unlocked expeditions either. I think my character is very low level, and I just haven't got that far. Same, I haven't played in over a year now. I'm expecting an absolute shit show whenever I do go back. Did all the expeditions and continue to... Oh, did all the expeditions still go, ooh, rubber duck? Yeah. Yeah, if there was an online PvE, you could play with friends, I'd be all over it. Yeah, I would be... Yeah, I prefer PvE to PvP, depending on the game. So, for example, Counter-Strike, when I've dabbled in Siege, when I've dabbled in Fortnite, the PvP obviously is the reason for it. But in Arc Raiders, I don't know, it feels pretty silly to not have a PvE. I think I'd get pretty bored quick. I'd get bored quick without the threat of PvP. Yeah, so I think there should just be like another mode, right? Just to keep everyone happy, and that you've got a player base, and you could probably have the harder loot behind more difficult robots in PvE, and you need groups, like all the groups to work together to kill them, or you could have that same loot in a less difficult position, still not super easy to get to, but you could have that in PvP, and it's just a whole balance thing. But I don't know, they don't really want to, I guess, which is a choice, and I guess they're losing the player base for it. I don't know. Yeah, when they changed some of the maps up, it really threw me off. Sometimes the changes were subtle, but enough to break my brain. Their aggression matchmaking is so whack that I've basically just been donating loot to rats for the last few months. Oh no. MVD. Mandy versus Daniel? Why do you want to fight Mandy, Dan? That's kind of rude. I don't think Mandy's ever done anything to you, and I think you should apologize. I miss Counter-Strike Warcraft servers in 1.5 and 1.6. I don't think I have played the Warcraft servers, but in Counter-Strike Source, I played a fuck ton of surf maps. Obviously, aim maps were a big thing. Prop hunt, I think, was a thing for a bit. But it was great. I think there was also like a prison guard one as well. I might also just be mixing that up with Gmod. But yeah, any shoot back, even in defense, and bam, you're in the shit lobbies. Oh, that's shit. Hello? I'm just trying to be a good community member. No, Mandy, you are. Dan just wants to fight you for some reason. I don't know why, but I don't know why. I don't know why Dan's like this, and I apologize. Then I'm like, yeah, fuck it. I'm in my villain era, except I'm kind of shit, so I get madder. Oh, no. Mandy, he's assuming that the M equals Mandy. Pay him no mind. You're doing great. No, Dan. No. Excuse me. I don't think Danny actually wants to fight me. I'm pretty tough. So we're going up to the rooftop. My money's on Mandy. I think Griffin... Yeah, my money's on Mandy as well, actually. Oh. Why is there ammo up here? Why is there ammunition up here? Yeah, I used to do everything I could to avoid fights and then got pushed too far. I then saw a guy climbing a ladder defenseless and was like, that's it. I'm going to become one of them. Oh no, Jimmy. You became what you hated. Oh no. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Why would I want to jump over? I don't think I've got a map for up here, do I? No, I do not. And you do feel bad, and the next round you get wrecked, and you're like, now what? Fair enough. No. Hmm. Leave me alone. Zuna's making fun of me for no reason. Okay, so I'm meant to go on there. Okay. Am I meant to go on there? Leave Zuna alone. No, no. I don't know what that meant. I don't know what that meant. Cold spaghetti. It's a little bit. It's still warmish. It's fine. Okay, Dan? Don't worry about it, champ. Hmm? Hello. Chip's being cute. Chippers. Chip. Everyone like Chip. Come on. Come here. Yep. Okay. Oh. What's happening here? What's happening? Okay. Okay. Oh, we're good. There we go. There we go. A little chip for everyone. What a gorgeous face. He knows it. Hmm? What's happening here? Why aren't you moving? Why aren't you... Dan, what did you clip? The real star of the stream. Thank you, Dan. Oh, big jump. Go chase after Mum. Dan? Can we have a word, champ? Born to Die, World is a Fuck, Kill 'Em All, 1989. I am Zuna fan. I'm not reading that number. Chip Kickies. Dan got champed. Yeah, he's getting champed a lot lately. I don't know why. Don't know why he is the way that he is. What dis? May 9, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10, still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic and weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11, rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? Dan, you're not abused everywhere you go. That's just a lie. Don't. No. 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 Okay, I'm a little lost. If I go back, am I going to get shanked? Yeah, there it is. It's triangle cone head. Attacked as soon as I got here. No, Dan. I don't think that was the case. Played by Dan Aykroyd. Danny, let's go for a soft serve at Kedron HJ's, mate. Oh, that's on the... Okay. Gotcha. Nah, keep your soft serve. You and Marty can have it. What the fuck, Danny? I've been nice to you the whole time. Dan, can you apologize to Fish, please? Fish has been quite lovely to you today. Even today, this stream, whatever. But you're putting yourself into the corner, and I don't think anyone here likes you doing that. We just want to... We want to be there for you, and we can't be there for you if you're putting yourself in the corner. Let us love you. Okay? Okay. Oh. Okay. So I'm doing all this just to chase after this little girl, which is weird. I don't know. Don't ask questions. I don't know the answer. Now McFlurry is my best friend. Is this an IRL stream to you? Do I have to say chat and Zuna, or can I just say chat? Well, you can't be modding when you're here. Hi, Zuna. There is a responsibility that you can't do IRL. See, let's say, Zuna, can you time out Dan for me right this second?
Time out Dan, that's stupid.
I require you to time out Dan for 1 second right now.
I do not time out Dan. Okay?
Well, you're on your phone, so you can't be focusing too hard. I just call everyone IRL chat. Oh, Zero, that's a good suggestion, actually. Zuna won't do that. Thank you, Zuna. Hang on. Let me put my Dan face on. Hello, I'm Dan. What did everyone have for dinner tonight? Can I get a timeout, Zuna? Zuna, can you time me out for a couple seconds? And I'm back. Acting. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome for that, by the way. Hi, Dan. Where did Dan... I don't know where... He was here and then he's gone. What are you doing on your phone?
What?
He hates... You're...
You say I can't mod if I'm standing here. I can. Look, it's called modding.
And scene. He hates me. I don't hate you, Zuna. I don't hate you, Zuna. I don't hate you, Zuna. Up. Okay. If Zunicorn has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Zunicorn has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Zunicorn has only 1 fan, then that is me. If Zunicorn has no fans, then that means I am no longer on Earth. Don't pin that. Zuna? No. Of course, he's no longer on Earth. He's no man's sky. That is true. Go off, Zuna. Is this a mutiny? I think it is. I think it is, Zero. Don't put your... This is a super serious game. It touches on a lot of adult themes. And here you
I
are.
know my name.
Eddie told me.
That big, fat blabbermouth.
Laura,
Thank you, Jimmy.
why do you keep running away from me?
Super serious.
And how do you know about Mary?
This is a Zuna-based stream now.
I just do. What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No. I won't. Please, just...
Jimmy farted.
I need to know.
Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year.
Stop lying. Laura, I'm sorry.
Fine. Don't believe me. See if I care.
Hey!
Let go.
Sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid.
Fine. But there's something I gotta get.
Laura,
It's important.
what is it?
A letter. For Mary.
What?
I hid it. In there.
What's in there? Those doors look like every other door that I've gone through, so... Honestly, I'm just chilling while my hair straightener heats up.
You sure
Okay.
this is where you left it?
It's in the back. Behind an old pipe.
Okay, wait here. Laura?
She tricked me. Oh, no.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya?
Laura, open this door right now.
It's the magic word.
Laura!
Nope, that's not it. I guess I won't open it.
Get me out of here, you rat!
In your dreams, fart face.
Please open the door. There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face. See ya,
Ah.
fart face.
Laura!
Got him. What this? Mandy, thank you for the 10 stream streak, by the way. He does have a beard straight. I do have a beard straightener. I do. Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Huh? What? I don't quite understand what this boss is meant to be. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Don't use the beard straightener, King. It will fuck up your beautiful face hair. Will it? I mean, I haven't used it in a while. Oh, that's doing some swanging. And when I tried a beard straightener, it burned my beard. Oh, isn't that the... Because that's what it does, right? Fuck off. Swinging bitch. Kiki's boss. Yeah, it's an annoying boss. Come on. No. I wasn't even anywhere near it. Rude. Yes, dried out your hair and splits the ends. Ah, splits the ends. Fuck off. Oh. Oh, is this like a little spider dude? This sounds like user error or a bag straightener. Bag straightener? Bad. What? Fuck off, dog. Fuck off. Oh, easy. Easy. Cool to warm, blow dry, brushing down. Interesting, okay. Oh, no, not gonna say it. I just used a hairdryer instead. Interesting. Blow dry is also very nice. Brushing down. Bruising down. Right, yes. Brussing? Yes. Yeah. This beard be brussing. Oh, there's another one. Nope, that's a different one. Oh no, it's the same one. There's multiple. Defeat the flesh lip. Yum. Thank you for lurking, Fishy. No worries. Do what you need to. I appreciate you. I'm not looking. I just don't think I can vanish here. Use vanish here. I don't think so. Full moon tonight would explain Martin's attitude tonight. Excuse me, Daniel. I think it's very, very representative of what you're acting like tonight, okay? I could have also got a shitty bad beard straightener, but it felt like it was doing more harm than good. Yeah, okay. I don't think I've ever really thought about it. Am I now in like the spooky? Oh, of course. There's a good and a bad version of these fucking... Does that mean there's going to be more of these things? Stop at nothing. Loud Hill. Yeah, so I think I said it before, but I'm enjoying it, but I don't know why I'm doing a lot of things. I don't know why I'm... Like, I know I was finding the little girl, but am I just not reading the notes that are like, do this, you know, I need to do that, go to this place, whatever. Because I feel like I might be missing a lot of... I don't even know what it is. I just... Half the time I don't know why I'm going there. Things just kind of connect, right? Like I need to go... I've got the key for... Key for this door. And I know that door is over here. I'll go to that place, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I also don't like a lot of these gaps, and I feel like things are going to be coming out of the gap. Because it's what James would do. Okay. So you do what James do. Okay. Okay. No, it's just one guy, James. I gotcha. I gotcha. Thank you, Fish. I apologize for not being funny tonight. I'm trying, but it's just making it worse. I'm EP as fuck. No, fish. No. You are being funny. Don't ever think you're not being funny. I won't take that. Oh, they sound cool. Oh, fuck. Back the fuck off. Back the fuck off. Get off me. No, like that wasn't... Oh, you fucking... Oh my god. I know that wasn't because of you. That was like reading my words, being like, bro, why? No, fish, you're okay, I promise. Promise, I completely get where you're coming from. And I am finding it funny. Don't ever think you're not funny, okay? Alright? Fish. I don't... That went down pretty easy. Okay. Alright. I got some health. I'm not sure if I would be taking syringes from this place, though. James has definitely a unique view on all of this, by the way. Where did I come from? Worry about tinnitus later. Fuck, maybe I'd... Wasn't I already here? No. Oh, I was on the other side of this door. Interesting. What if I go up? Oh, I can't go down, actually. I only go up. So this is the X-ray room. Oh, how we danced, arms flailing, our bodies in perfect synchrony, and the music played, but in any dance there comes a time. One must take the lead, and the music got louder and louder. Pounding, piercing, and then silence. Free Needles, classic jam. Free Needles, a Friday night staple. I saved your settlement from pirates. Dan, you're welcome. Can we just get a W in chat for Sai for saving Dan's settlement from pirates? Because Dan... I don't know what Dan's doing. Instrument of Force. A boom. Oh, I took it. Okay. No items. Thank. W in chat for Sai. Ignoring chat and his own alien people he took charge of. It's kind of rude, honestly, Sai. It's to the right. To the left. Not to the left. To the right. It's in here, isn't it? Nope, it's over here. There it is. I saw Leggy. Come here. Come here. Come back. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Go away. Go away. Go away. Oh, there's another one. We good? I did shit myself a little there, actually. That was a little bit spooky. That was a little bit spooky. I did use a lot of ammo there, actually. Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot I can destroy walls. Although in saying that, there haven't been any walls to destroy in the real world? It's mainly been this other world. Okay, I think that's the way that I'm meant to go. Let me check D3. Yep, D3 in here. Oh, you son of a bitch. I saw you. Okay, nothing. Nada. Zilch. Okay. Alright, well now I can go down this, down the ladder then. Oh, is this the fucking kitchen? Yep. Oh! No, it's gonna explode. Ah, you fucking... I knew about it. I knew. I'm still hurting. What's in this room? God, you fucking... Got it. I didn't freak out at all. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, I think I'm gonna go this way, actually. Hello? Hello? I didn't want to use a shotgun bullet for that one, but here we are. Oh. Thank you. Of course, thank you very much. Thank you, Si. Appreciate that quite a lot. Okay, anything here? No. Yeah, no, nothing here, so I am meant to go down. Yep. You are helping, I appreciate it. Can I go in here? No. Why are we all making gross noises? Huh? Of course. It's the little... Hello, Scotchy. Hello. Fucking gets me every time. Hello. How is the rest of... Hey, Jack, thank you for the follow. How is the rest of Replacer? Replacer, right? But hello, Scotchy. Hello, Harvald? Man, that made me double guess it there. Hey, Grim, how you doing? Welcome in. Taters, hello. Hello, Blue, Curry, Grim, Mandy, hello. Fancy seeing you here. Koala, thank you for the follow. Oh no, my thingies.
Oh, look at him choke!
Blue.
Look at him suffer!
Countess, hello, welcome in. Hello. Bruh, I did like an hour of Replaced, then we went big into rants in Minecraft. Oh, did you only have an hour left? I think when I was tuning in, you obviously changed from normal to easy because it was fucked, and then easy didn't change anything. Soggy, thank you for the follow, and Lost Harbinger, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. And how is Minecraft? Did you make any cool not VIP? Did you make any community houses? Socks off. Hey, welcome in. Yeah, I just got here. Yeah, no, Mandy, this is I welcome in. By the way, how silly of me. Hello, welcome in. Hey Nino, how we doing? No, I have like half the fucking game left. What? Really? I thought you were gonna finish it. Oh no. There are 10 chapters, and I only just finished the 5th when I beat the boss. Wow, that's a big game. Are you not enjoying it? Obviously, I know you were enjoying it, and then there's a lot of frustration with that one. So is it kind of gone down a little bit? Also, get boogered, by the way. Ha. New chatter, who dis? Welcome in, Sass. How we doing? A little bit. I think I'm just flamed out at the moment. That's fair, Scotch. That's fair. That is fair. I know it's been a big day for you and Sass and all of the chatters community. So feel free to raid and run. Look after yourself. But hello, everyone. How we doing? We're playing some Silent Hill 2. First time. We're up to a relatively spooky bit, I guess. I have jumped more times in this bit than I think I have the rest of it. Yeah, no, Scotch, thank you so much for the raid as well. I hope you're feeling better, and yeah, look after yourself as well. I've got to eat and do some packing, but I'll be around a bit. Oh yes, no, don't forget packing. Packing, yes. Set game, Return to Silent Hill. Scots, get out. Banned, Scots. Also, hello, Sass. I completely forgot. Your walk-on completely just took me away. Hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well, lovely. But yes, no, I'm going to jump back into it. Scotch, thank you so much. I don't think there was anyone here that wasn't already following you. But if you're not already following Scotch or Sass, follow them. That's all I've got. That is all I've got. Yeah, we're going to jump back in. Yeah, as I said, first time playing this, and it is a spooky. I shouldn't have paused it right when I got hit as well. Probably not a good place to stop. Fuck off. Oh my, fuck off. No, I dodged. Oh, yeah. One more hit. 2. There we go. Knew it. Got the double. Oh, no. Stop. I just don't care. I don't care anymore. All right. Oh, I should actually check over hither. Because I didn't do that before. Okay. There's nothing. No reason. No reason to check out over there, actually. I see you. You're dead. Why not thither? That's a good question, actually, Taters. And did if there's any chatter here that does want to dive into that, go for it. I'm not sure I can. I don't know if I can do that. Okay. Medical records. Hello. Perfect. Just what I wanted. Handgun ammo. That'll help me. Hello. Try and spook me. Oh, there's a hole to look through. I'm going to look through a hole. Nope. I'm going to grab... Oh, am I meant to put this in old mate's eye? The mannequin's eye? Is that what I'm meant to do? Oh, I hear noises. And they're not the good noises. Very wet, moist, fleshy noises. Ew. Yeah, no, I go this way. And then I go over here. And then in here. I'm going to stab you in the eye. A key. Yes, of course. Of course, a key. I don't know. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. The lapis eye key. Now, what do we do with the key? I don't know. Can I? No. Okay. So, alright. I guess I go down. Where the heck have I ended up and what have I walked into? What the frick? Dan, it's so lovely to have you here, mate. Welcome in. If you were tuned into Scotch's stream, you have raided into my stream. Hello, welcome in. First time chatter. Lovely to have you here, man. Lovely to have you here. That door's open now. That is concerning. Thank you, Dan. Big Pig Red. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it, Daniel. Sorry, it's Danger Dan. Sorry, I shouldn't assume your name is Daniel. Apologies. This is what having dementia is like. I don't understand. You wouldn't, Daniel. Sorry, it's Danger Dan. Apologies. I should have actually done this before. Well, I got a key. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. His name's Smeg. We just call him Dan. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now, actually. That makes so much sense. See, this is what I'm talking about. What are you talking about, Dan? You're a first-time chatter? So it's blocked off that way now. So I guess I go down... Right, okay, yeah, so it's... I'm after 3 things, so I either... Okay. Everywhere I go. Dan, that doesn't make much sense. What do you mean, everywhere you go? What happens? It rains on me. Ass. Thank you, fish. Thank you very much. Can I jump up here, actually? No, I cannot. Can I jump up here, actually? No, I cannot. I can see you. Can I shoot you? Survey says yes. Shit shot. Pro gamer. Headshot. Die. Another one. There we go. Dead. I used all my ammo though. Probably not good. Hey Calypso, how you doing? Welcome in. How you going? Hope you're doing well. Also, who else is excited that it's Friday today? I'm very excited. Long weekend for Queenslanders. If you're not in Queensland, Queensland, Australia, I have some bad news for you. I have never needed the day to end more. Completely feel you there. In agreement? Oh, you fucking... Hit. Don't get up. Did that moan? Was that me? Fuck off. Okay, we're good? We're good. Not for those of us who booked clients on Monday. Oh, Mandy. Oh, no. Get shit on. Don't moan. Stop it. Long weekend. Long weekend here for May Day in Queensland. I know. How exciting. Every day is the same. Oh, grim. Oh, yeah. It's a hole. Hole in a wall. I don't have a key. So what is a man supposed to do? I guess I meant to go back and then go straight. Interesting. Those enemies are less scary than those bloody bananas in that game It's Danger Dan played last night. Yeah, that's right. He did play a... what was it? Banana Bloody? Bloody Banana. Just as you said, hole in the wall, I found one in-game. As in... The game I'm playing, Grim? Or are you also playing a game? And if you are playing a game, what game? Okay. That fucking banana game was atrocious and a work of art at the same time. Yeah, it was interesting. I think I'd like to, at some point, give that level of scuff a go. TBH. Okay, I meant to get into there with the chain. Or maybe that chain is telling me that there is something over that way. And then... No, okay. Never mind. You're gremlin enough to pull it off well. Thanks, Mandy. Thanks. I think I could. I think I'm... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I would go with making a scuffed game. Yeah. I don't know. I have thought about it, especially horror jank, but I'm not sure if it's me. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it. I can see you. Hello. Why am I trying to shoot you through that? Dopey. Me dopey. Okay. Crimson Desert, 3 holes. Apparently I do not have the equipment required to insert said holes. Well, Grim. Well, Grim. Are you sure about that? Grim, are you doing the phrasing on purpose? No, I think it's... I'm not sure if Grim's doing it on purpose at all. I think it's all accident. Hello? Well, I just heard running away. Is it actually a good game? Bajo was scuffed game. Looks a little bit scuffed. Yeah, I think I've seen things on both sides saying that it's not and things saying it is a good game. And I haven't really looked into it. Okay. Oh, I gotta beat down this wall. In. I refuse to... Oh, it is rather good, I think. I refuse to believe Grim isn't a perfect angel. But I do like a lot of exploring, and it is huge. I think that is the one thing that I have seen, is that it is quite big. A lot of exploring. A lot of customization as well. Watch go dark. Okay. More like Crimson Desert, am I right? Scots, that wasn't your best, but pretty good. I'll give that a 3 out of 5, Scots. I think it'll be a wait till it's on sale game. Yeah, I think I was going to wait till it was on sale as well. Because it's still pretty expensive, right? Like... $80, $90? 1 year they've been watching me. So many pills they fed me. When a loud hour comes, I tremble every time the light falls. I'm flipping. I'm flipping again. So, when a loud hour comes, I tremble every time the light falls. One year they've been watching me. Okay, so this is for the key code. Watch it go dark. 1, 2. Is it always 2? Okay. 2. 6 something 2. Okay. Okay. Oh, what this? Oh, nothing. I also need to clip the VOD of this stream and hypercut the phrasing. Maybe. Maybe. Not a lot of hand-holding either. Okay. I do like games like that. And I think that's why I'm enjoying this. I just don't know why I'm doing a lot of these things. Oh, okay, I'm back here. Oh. Interesting. But I shot old mate somewhere. And I didn't kill it. And now it's running loose. Somewhere? Let's not do that. That's not... Fuck off. Okay, we're good. Oh, nunite taters. Everyone say nunite to taters. Have a great sleep. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite. Appreciate the fart as well. Thank you. It's 110 on the PlayStation Store. What the hell are you? Oh, wow. 125 for the deluxe. Oh, that is quite expensive. Yeah, I think that's going to be a sale game for me as well. Okay, so that's 2. Thank you, fish. Appreciated. Am I meant to do something here? Am I meant to watch it go dark? Is it this? I don't know where exactly I'm meant to watch it. I don't know. I don't know. I tremble every time the light falls. So that's 2. 1 year they've been watching me. So 1 year they've been watching me. So 1, 6, 2, 2? Because I think this is only going... So 1, 2. It's always two flickers off. So 1, 6, 2, 2. Right? No, no, no. One, 6, 2, 2. One, 6, 2, 2. Oh, okay. And then that one is still for this way. How does a man get into there? Oh, but it's going backwards and forwards, actually. And then it ends up... Yeah, so I killed you. Did I get a key? Is that something I got? No. Ah. Understanding you're most likely under an NDA, are you working on anything exciting, Marty, in your vaguest way possible? Oh, hang on. Oh, itchy ear. Professionally, I would like to say yes, it is exciting for my full-time job. And then for my personal life, I had a bit of a break because of, yeah, my brain just wasn't braining, and I've just kind of started up working on my own stuff again, and I would like to think so. I would like to think it's pretty exciting as well. No. 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 And no, no, no. I don't know why I shot again. And I killed the one over here. Okay, okay. I've decided that I'm going to dabble with another project this weekend. Oh, yeah, Scott, I'm so sorry. I didn't actually get around to... I had it downloaded, and I didn't get around to giving it a go. But I've still got it downloaded. And the plan is to still do it. I think last weekend was just everything was happening all at once. So, yes, no, I'm still planning on. Yep. But I just don't want you to think that I'm not touching it. I'm gonna head off. Nanai Marty, Nanai chat, Nanai fishy. Everyone's saying Nanai fishy. Nanai. Up we go. Excuse me. There we go. Okay, Mandy. Mandy, you don't have to. It's okay. Fuck off. God. Fuck off. Go away. Jesus. But yes, no, the Calypso, the personal project that I'm working on, I'm pretty excited on. Yeah, I've just been my brain just hasn't been in a very creative space due to just being kind of a little bit burnt out from work. Because that has required a lot of my brain juices. But no, the personal one I'm pretty keen for. I got a few plans for that, which I hope people are excited for. But yes, no, there's something in the pipeline. I'm hoping to kind of get it out at a quicker but not too quick pace. But also I don't want to kind of burn myself out on that either. So just kind of trying to look after myself at the same time. He's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. I won't let him take me. Ooh. Ooh. It's the key. It's the key that I need. Why were you beating like a heart and breathing? Love a little work, burnout treat. Well, if you make a vertical slice and make it wanted tester, you know where I'm at. Yeah, so I guess I can delve into it a little bit, actually. It won't spoil anything. And there's a couple of you that already kind of know as well. But the plan at the moment is to take after what some games have already done previously, and obviously not abuse it, and obviously make it worth your time and money kind of thing, but have the prologue, which will be the demo, and that'll be released first and free, and that'll have its own... Come on, hello, how you doing, Chip? You heard me telling stories, and then you just wanted to come over. Hello. Oh, good boy. You a good boy? Hello. What's up? What's happening? You okay? Happy boy. He's down. He's checked it out. He's had his little cuddle, and now he's just on the floor. My orange moron son comes and gives me a tappy tap when he wants a pat. Oh, that's lovely. Making games is an art form. I like the skills, but I can still appreciate the art. If you're not in the right space, I can understand a break to adjust isn't necessarily a bad idea. Looking forward to seeing if it's something you choose to publish. Yeah, so as I was saying, yeah, the prologue will be kind of the demo, and that'll have its own story, and I guess it'll still kind of showcase everything that I'm thinking and wanting in the full game, but it'll have its own story. So for those that don't play the prologue and just play the main game, you're not losing out on any story. However, if you do play the prologue, you'll kind of go in with some already previously known story, some characters, and some kind of reasoning as to why things are kind of happening. No, not happening. Sorry, that's the wrong term. Some characters are behaving the way that they are, I guess. But yeah, no, I want it to be a little bit different from the night shift, and I've got, yeah, the idea for this is a bit more grander, I guess. So I'm excited for that, and I've kind of put some things together already. As for a vertical slice, Scots, I guess that would be what the prologue would be. So it'd be kind of like a one-shot level that would only take maybe 10, 15 to 20 minutes to play. I just need to, that's what I've kind of been, I wanted to actually get it done and sorted for the Steam Next Fest that's happening soon. But everything with work just kind of increased and got worse and busier, and I was like, my brain just can't handle, I can't do it. So I had to put it on pause for a bit until things kind of calmed down at work. And they're still a bit busy at work, but I've got a little bit more bandwidth in my brain for a bit of game dev. Yes, that just doesn't work. That's done. And there's a note over here. My void used to just walk up to you while you were sleeping and give you the most gentle tap on the cheek to say, "Can you wake up and tell me I'm pretty?" Oh, that's lovely. And you did every time? ? My college just got a golden retriever puppy. He is a turd in the cutest way, and he loves my college so much, but he's in his biting phase. Oh, no. Ugh. Orange Boy likes to also back it up like a Tonka truck when he wants a butt scratch. Oh, colleague. Colleague sounds, sorry, not college. Yep, colleague sounds much better. Oh, but that's lovely though. Golden retrievers are beautiful. I think for a few years there I did want a golden retriever, and then I went straight to dachshunds. No pain, 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 no pain. There'll be no pain anymore. They're my fave doggos, and also the ones that set my allergies off the worst. Oh, no, really? Golden's best dogs, no contest. I'm sure there's a contest out there, Mandy. I'm sure of it. So I'm on the roof. I don't know. What's this? I guess we need power. Am I on the roof? Am I on the roof? Oh, no, I'm here. Oh. Okay, never mind. Not on the roof. Then Zuna would have 2 golden retrievers in the house, 2 loving goofy boys, and 1 Yeah, I forget if Zuna would class me as a golden retriever. I'm not too sure. Fuck off. Fuck off. I used to be a big German Shepherd guy, but they can have so much energy. Goldies are such soft sweethearts. Oh, that is true. X had one many moons ago. She wouldn't go anywhere without a plush duck toy, and she let the cat sleep on her in front of the fireplace. Oh. Cats are such loving creatures when they're not being assholes. I don't have any ammunition, do I? Oh, I've got 4. Ooh. I love Dalmatians, big sooks. Thank you, Zuna. Oh, Zuna, what would you... If I was a dog, what would you class me as? Would I be a golden retriever? What is my classification? A lab. Fuck, I don't know. Is that good? Is that good or bad? Shit. Is good. Okay. Can someone else confirm that, please? Not that I don't trust you, Zuna. I just want to make sure. Alice is a Labrador. Mandy, I'm stealing. Zuna. That's not a no. Literally the dumbest creature on the planet. Wait. Wait, hold up. Hold up. Are you saying Alice is the dumbest or Labradors are the dumbest? Because Zuna. Hold up. Just to clarify, I only referred to as golden for the wholesome traits. There is no subtext. No, that's okay, Calypso. That's okay. I'm just curious now. But apparently, Labradors are dumb, and Zuna just called me a Labrador. So, Labradors aren't normally dumb. Alice says, okay. We might be fine, Zuna. I'd say you wouldn't be sleeping on the couch, but we don't have a couch at the moment, so... but you're all good. Don't have to worry about that. Big cuddly sooky Dumbos. Wait a second. Don't call me a Dumbo. Labradors are good, more energetic than Goldens, and very prone to being complete dunces and greedy. I am known to be a dunce, and have known to be a dunce. She has to relearn how to sit every few months. Oh, just like me. I forget sometimes. I forget. Oh, fuck. Actually, talking about how to forget to do things. So, it was one day, this was a few months ago, actually. And I was on my lunch break from work, and I work from home. So, you know, I'm here and I'm just tapping away. Tap, 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 tap. And then I had to go across the road to the shops for lunch. And as I was walking, I forgot where my arms should go. What my arms should do. Completely forgot. And then halfway I'm walking, I was kind of trying to figure out, should my arms go swaying from side to side, or but how much sway is too much sway? Am I swaying too much? Anyway, I had a bit of a breakdown as I'm walking to Woolworths about how much sway is too sway and what my arms should be doing as I walk. Anyway, so that you forgot what your arm ankles do. Yeah, don't, Marty. I don't know how to arm swing. So I forgot. I was walking, I didn't have bags. Actually, I had some bags in my back pocket. But then I was like, my arms are kind of going. They're down the side of me. But then, like, do I... How much, you know? Is it... Am I too muching? Do people know that I forget how to walk? Like, how to fucking... Not... Well, no, I didn't forget how to walk. Do people know how... Can they tell that I'm struggling with where to put my arms and how to swing my arms? I don't know. Anyway, I had a whole... That's just chronic overthinking. Yeah, but I don't know. I forgot. I forgot what my arms should be doing. That sounds more like your brain had a crash out and might have just been anxiety. It did happen on the way back as well. I got 2 bags of shopping and then I forgot what my arm should be doing outside of carrying the bags. Should the bags go down straight? Should they not swing? How much swing is too much swing again? Anyway, that was a day. I know what arms should be doing now. I think. But sometimes I question. I won't rest until they are solved. I won't rest. I can't rest. I don't know how anymore. Okay. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Is there something in this room for me? I turn you on. Okay. 9659. And I'm sure you just wrote it down for me. 9659. Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation, James. And now I head back. 9659. Thank you, Mandy. Okay. We'll go this way. Do a little sneaky. Do a little sneak. This way. 9659. 9659. 9659. Beautiful. Oh, we're going down. Okay. Gonna wind down and sleep before PT tomorrow. No, Marty. No, Scotchy. Everyone say good night to Scotchy. Get some sleep, King. Hope you feel well for tomorrow, and drive safe as well tomorrow as well. Drive safe. But everyone say no night, Scotchy. All right, I'm off to bed. Fishy Jr. has swimming lessons in the morning. Have a wonderful spooky time. Everyone say no night to Mandy. No night, Mandy. Get some sleepies. Get some sleepies. No night, Scotchy. No night, Mandy. No night. Yeah. Yep. You guys are talking about dogs, but spare a thought for my cursed bearded dragon. Took him upstairs, forgetting there's a giant mirror in the room, and he decided to fight himself. Side, I hope you recorded that. That sounds like a blast. That sounds like an absolute blast. Oh no, oh, you did? Oh, perfect. Yes. Yes, good. Ah, I would love to see that. I'll find it and put it somewhere. Yeah, there's a, we could, put it, hang on. Sai, if you join the Discord, you could chuck it in there. You obviously, if you don't want to stay, you don't have to, but you could just chuck it in there. Join and chuck it. Join, chuck. Yeah. Okay. But no, I'm pretty keen to see that. Pretty keen to see that. I want to see a bearded dragon fight itself. Also, what is bearded dragon's name? Perfect. She's an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes like bloated and ugly corpses. Their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. Interesting. Interesting. So I presume they require permit animals only then. His name is Charlie, but he bit my finger, but we call him Grug. Grug. Yes, we also have a license, but we also keep reptiles, tarantulas, and fish. I get the tarantulas scare me, but everything else sounds pretty cool, Si. Everything else sounds pretty damn cool. Lady of the door. Okay. We go down. We get the finger ring. The ring that goes on the finger, not the other thing. Go down. And we'll get the ring.
Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat, where you answer our questions correctly and win a prize beyond your wildest dreams. Or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It's all in the hands of our lucky contestant, James Sunderland. James,
Yeah, it's me.
are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Excellent. Here's your first question. In the early 1800s, a terrible disease spread across Silent Hill, resulting in the death of many of its inhabitants. Their bodies thrown into the lake to sleep forever in their watery grave. How many souls were lost during the plague? 1, 42, 2, 67, 3, 85. Know the answer? Well, you better hold on to it. You never know when it might come in handy. Now, on to the second question. Follow Sanders Street heading east and further on to the outskirts of town. One and only one road will take you towards the lumberyard and the cemetery. What is the name of that road? 1, Bachman Road. 2, Munson Street. 3, Wiltsey Road. Did you get that? I sure as hell hope so. And for a third and final question, Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. One of the victims was a local boy named Billy Loquet. But what was the name of the other victim? Billy's sister. 1, Miriam. 2, Heather. 3, Julia. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? In If so, fantastic. The time will soon come to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong, well, looks like that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. See you somewhere, sometime, in sickness or in health. Bye-bye.
What the hell was that?
Will I have to know the answers to that at some point? Because I could go through the notes. I assume at some point there'll be the option to answer all of those. Oh, am I on the other side? Oh, wait, 2. Wait, did the map just... Oh, that's cool. Did the... Oh, the map kind of... Oh, I didn't realize. I guess I get 2 taken. So the map kind of gets the dark blotchy color where I've been, which is pretty cool. Back also, yes. Oh, okay. Okay. You've defrosted some rats. Nice. I had Indian tonight, but I think I ordered too much as I fell asleep after work, and I haven't been well as I was so stressed last night about my ultrasound today. I'm 9 weeks pregnant. Joking, it was health related. Oh, 9 weeks pregnant. How exciting. How exciting. Hope everything's okay. Hope everything is okay. But what you have? Indian food. What was it? My go-to, and it's, you know, what you'd expect from a white male. Butter chicken. Butter chicken and oh my god, fuck off, you I love me some butter chicken and naan. But yeah, what very stereotypical that the Australian, the typical Australian white male loves butter chicken. So, woke up and had a big meal, butter chicken. I'm very white. Yep, perfect. Worked with a guy who used to order butter chicken, no chicken. How does that work? Well, I've definitely had butter chicken and ate most of the chicken before the rest of it. But how do you eat it just straight up? It's kind of weird. I don't agree with that at all. Yeah, just sauce, yeah. Unless there's rice with it, but I don't know. That's, yeah. I mean, there was rice. Yeah, okay. So sauce and rice. That's still weird. Sorry, I should have said cheese naan. The naan bread in sauce, I think. Dip in sauce. Yeah, okay. See, I'm just basic when it comes to that, and just plain old naan. Plain old naan with butter chicken. Oof. I don't. Oh, is it just bug? Just bug. Okay. Sick. Bro can get it in a jar. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. You just go down to Woolies, just get yourself butter chicken sauce, and then you don't. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay, let's check in this room. Oh, and there's a hole there. Okay. And that takes me to the generator room. Interesting. Very interesting. I just marinate tofu or make Seitan Bam. I butchered that, I think. I don't know what that is. That's what I mean. I'm pretty basic when it comes to that stuff. It's just buttered chicken. Jar butter chicken is not the same as restaurant. Yeah, 100%. But I feel like just pronounced like Satan. Oh, okay. Jar butter chicken is not the same as restaurant. Yeah, 100%. But then if you're just ordering buttered chicken with no chicken and you're eating it just the sauce with the rice, you may as well just... At that point, you may as well just get Woolies. You know, it's... I feel like you're doing a disservice by not having the chicken in it. Oh, I see you. Son of a bitch. Shooting the legs? Oh, why am I just finding out that shooting the legs basically takes it down? Am I stupid? That's a nurse. Oh no. Fuck off. Oh, it's gonna explode? There we go. Yeah, it's always more spicy, less creamy. I haven't had dairy in forever. Yeah, look, I probably shouldn't. Zuna makes the butter chicken that we have, and it's great. But yeah, we've had to change to a lactose-free-ish cream because yeah, it does stuff. There's so much cream and milk and butter chicken. The sauce by itself would upset my fragile stomach. Yeah. No, I'm stupid. You are Marty. No. But yeah, Zuna has had to use a lactose-free cream to make my love of butter chicken easier for me, which is lovely. Do we reckon Silent Hill smells nasty? I think... See, I don't know. I think it could go two ways, right? I think it could either smell absolutely rank or have zero smell. These liquids outside of, like, you know, where it's dead bodies or whatever. Fun fact, when you go dairy-free after a while, you become lactose intolerant. Huh. Well, I mean, it doesn't stop me from doing dairy-free, by the way. I do get milkshakes and thick shakes from Macca's, and basically, anyway, I'm a bit of a slut for a good thick shake. Do enjoy myself the odd thick shake. My booty hole does not, though. No. I do miss butter and mozzarella. Oh yeah, pizza as well, actually. I have that, and don't run at me. What if I go for your leggies too? Are you the same? Why does everyone have weak knees? My issue is milk and or cream is a mammal product, and it could trigger anaphylaxis for me thanks to a tick allergy, so even lactose-free is problematic, but I selectively ignore that. That is fair. That is fair. Must be hard. Must be hard. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like these would stink, but I'm not sure about just the general environment. Maybe, like, the stuff that's around... There's a couple gunky areas. Like, that's all rusted metal, right? Rusted metal. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I sure as hell wouldn't want to be breathing any of this stuff, right? Like, where am I, by the way? Oh. Well, something's gonna crawl?
James.
Mary! Oh. Maria, I thought... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there. I have never been so scared in my whole life. All you care about is that dead wife of yours. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't leave me alone again. You're supposed to take care of me. So what about Laura? You found her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
What? Well, we have to find her.
Yeah, you really seem to care about that girl. Do you know her?
I'd never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone and... I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
I don't trust a word you've
Come
got
on,
to say.
Let's go look for her.
I don't trust a word you've got to say. Because you're also the... Outside of Laura... Wait, have we seen Laura in the other world as well? Or just her? I can't remember if we've seen Laura. Because the first time we saw her was... Oh man, I don't remember the first time we saw her. James just in the 7th layer of a black mold poisoning sesh? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, look. It's not good. Yeah, you saw her when she locked you in the room. The room... That wasn't other world though, was it? Because that was in the regular world. And then when we killed the spider, the flesh lips thing, then we woke up in the other world. So I don't think we've seen her in like, I think seeing, what's her name, Maria now in this world is the first human, I'm assuming she's a figment of my imagination or, I don't know, something else because...
You trying to blind me, James?
Yeah, a little bit. She just don't make sense with her. Yeah, it's so wet, so it'll be musty and moist, so it smell of dust, spores, and wet, dead skin. I think you're right, actually. Yeah. Yeah, a bit of blood everywhere, and see, I don't know. I thought there would be like some jump scare or thing kind of crawling through that. But I'm wrong. I am wrong. Sounds like a party. Much like her top, she has so many red flags. 100%. That game trope of figment of imagination is so lazy in world building and storytelling. Oh, here we go. Pumpkins come over for a big old pat. Oh, pumpkin. Yeah, I think... I see a lot of similarities with Dead Space, because I you know, that's also dead wife, but in that you have dementia. But yeah, you do start seeing things, and I'm not sure if that is the same situation here. If other people can also see the other world, and James it's just something to do with Silent Hill, or if this is specifically James. James is seeing this kind of world. I don't really know. Does Chip like a good firm face pullback? I don't actually know. We don't really do that. Although he does love jump up. He does love his neck. You kind of like brush it, but with your hands. He loves that. And then he loves just to do like the head, the really aggressive like head. The head brush as well. Loves it. But yeah, I'm not sure if he loves the like when you grab the face and you just pull it back. Not too sure. They're all Dead Wife, Dead Space, Silent Hill, Alan Wake. Yeah. Yeah, although I do love Alan Wake and I do love Dead Space. Yeah, I think I'm not sure if this just isn't clicking with me because he's kind of just doing things for the sake of it. And I'm not sure if that was if the original if it's just maybe an issue with the remake and the original had be like I should go check out this way or whatever.
What is that?
Well, what do you know? A stroll in the rain. How romantic.
I don't know.
Maria. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to keep things light, James. Just you and me.
Humor.
Yeah,
Oh, there's a swim pool.
sorry.
Oh, the swim pool. Oh, it's a deep pool. Does your orange boy share a brain cell, or is he a smart boy? He often misplaces. Oh no. Fishy calls them making them see forever. Oh yeah. Pumpkin likes his tail pulled. We did it so firm the other night. We felt his back crack like when you stretch. Oh really? Wow. Yeah. No. Chip doesn't really like his tail pulled, but he does. Lately, he enjoys the butt scratches, but only when Zuna does it. If I do it, he doesn't like. Oh, like he doesn't really do the same thing, but he does aggressively nuzzle his head, which is cute. So he's got different things for both of us, which is lovely. But then it's kind of like I want to be able to scratch his little butt and him like raise it a little bit, but. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty close to the original. Okay, because I never played the OG. But yeah, there's definitely just times where I'm like, why am I going over here? Why am I doing this? Why am I doing that? And it's... Yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying a good portion of it. But there are just moments where I'm like, okay. Orange cats are incredibly weirdo cats as a stereotype. Yeah. Pumpkin licks plastic bags and then licks himself to get the plastic freshness. Okay, Pumpkin. Why does this give boss fight? Or...
Is that what I think it is?
Probably.
Having trouble there?
Yeah. You think you could give me a hand?
Me? You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Fine. What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, why don't you take it?
Thanks.
Okay.
So, where to now?
Come on. I think I know where those rings belong.
Rings, you only got the one. Okay, so we just got to go back upstairs, I think. Not this way? The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective treatment. Interesting. Interesting. But I'm loving the world in this, though. I'm loving the world. I think there's just some moments that kind of drag, and I think that's why I'm feeling the way I am about certain bits. But overall, I am enjoying. I did think it was going to be a bit more scary, though. There are moments, obviously, pretty much in this horror in the hospital section that have been a bit more spooky and made me kind of jump and all of that. But overall, it's pretty much been more of a thriller in a way, in my opinion. Did I already check this room? Oh, it's just I think I did, actually. Oh! Oh! Wait a second. Do we have... Interview? No. What were the questions again? Treatment room, safe note, page, procedure calendar, patient note, director. Shit. I think when you play it alone in the dark and off stream, you can immerse better. Yeah, because I was chatting with Zuna about it before as well, and before stream, and she did say the same thing. Oh, I got 2 rings. I thought I only got the 1. And yeah, I can see that. I could see being in the dark and being immersed. I could see you kind of being it, but I'm not sure if it's just I'm not getting that scared or feeling the horror because I am so kind of used to it from Dead Space and Alan Wake and you know, other Resident Evil is another one. Because Resident Evil after a while doesn't really get scary. Obviously 7 was, because that was a flip on the genre, first person and new enemies, new scares. It was wild. 8 was a little bit more you know, horror a little bit, but mostly action. So yeah, I think it's more like it's definitely got the survival side of it, and I guess it is it's a horror, so like it's still a survival horror, right? I'm not taking that away. I just don't personally get the thank you, Calypso. Don't really get the horror aspect of it myself. But I'm also after the questions. I don't know what the questions were. The road to the cemetery and the lumber mill was this one, I believe, Nathan Avenue. Sorry, I was sharing my opinion on the Resident Evil game set in Japan. That's Silent Hill. That's Silent Hill F. Similar, but different. Yeah, I haven't played that either. So I forget the order of I should have been. Is there? Was it named with a letter? Yeah. So, It was Silent Hill F that was the Japanese schoolgirl one, and I haven't played it, and I watched Sass play it, and I watched Scotch play it, and I watched a couple other people play it, and I don't know, it didn't seem like from what I knew of what a Silent Hill game was, it didn't feel that, and it didn't really feel like a, yeah, not that it's supposed to, but a Resident Evil game either. It felt like a, I don't know, Japanese Souls-like game in a way. And just the fact that you didn't get all of the story and you had to play New Game Plus multiple times to get the full story is a little bit poop. A little bit poop. Because usually you do New Game Plus and there'll be extra. But to understand the base game, you needed to play it anyway. Is there a side? Do you know if there is a? Am I meant to have remembered the quiz, by the way? Not the quiz, the show and the radio show. Am I meant to? There's not. Yes, you're meant to have noted it. Oh, okay. Fuck. Well, I don't know which. I don't know what number is what. If it's 6 digits, they asked you. Yeah, so it was the quiz, and it was like, is it 1, 2, 3? Is it 1, 2, 3? And obviously, I can find the information. How many people died in the first game? No idea, but I feel like it would be in a memo, right? The issue is, Calypso, that I don't know what number lined up with 1, 2, 3. No, don't tell me the answers. The questions, I remember the questions. I just don't remember the answers lining up to like 1, 2, 3, if that makes sense. Because I know the first one was how many people died by the plague in Silent Hill in the 1800s or whatever. The second one was what street it was, the links up with the lumber and the cemetery. And then the third one is, who is the sister's name? Miriam, someone else and someone else. I remember only one of the answers, as it was a funny number, 67. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, question 1 was 1, 42, 67, or 85. Okay. All right, we're going sleuthing. Would it be... Matchbook, custom matchbook. Found, nope. I feel like it would be a news article, right? I swear I picked up a news article. No. Maybe it was here? Oh, shit. Oh, no, maybe I didn't. There'd be no pain. Note in the x-ray room. Rooftop. Oh, shit. Maybe I haven't picked up all of the notes, maybe? Okay. Interview, staff memo mentioning code change, reception office, examination room, disassociated. You did, but it was early. And if you didn't pick up the notes, oopsie. Yeah. So I think, obviously, question 1 is to do with South Vale. Question 2 is Woodside. not really Woodside apartment, actually. That is... maybe the questions actually have no correlation to... Okay, let me have a look. Flower shop. Matchbook. Big J. Note found in the record store. Nothing there. No, that's not that one. No, that's coming from the apartment. Not that one. Gas leak. Can I? No, I can't. So that's the code. You'll see later on. It just seems sad. Yeah, okay. 107. I'm not sure if I picked up the note. I swear I've picked up... maybe I didn't. Maybe it was more... yeah, I think it was a newspaper, and I think I did read it. That's what I was trying to think. I thought it would be added into these memos, but it makes sense not to have, right? Shit. Okay. No one knows. James ready to kill it. Fuck. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, we know we can find the map of the street, which is this one. And it's the first one that's a shit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just going to guess the first one, and it's probably going to be wrong. So Wilts Road. So that is 3. And then we've got the brother of someone. So now we just need to look for a name pop up. No pain, no pain, no pain. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one? No. Oh. No, it would be a, wouldn't be these ones. It would be a Dr. Andrews. No. I feel like it would be one of these ones, right? Maybe? Maybe this one. No, can we go back in the pool? Nope. Maybe it's not. Oh, fuck, it might be Nurses, Doctors, Trees. That was the first one I picked up. Okay. Oh. Here we go. We're going through. Apparently I only picked up 3. Okay, so if the name isn't in this South Vale one, I might have to guess question 1 and question 3. Both time, it's just going to be a bit of a shit on both sides, I think. Okay, so Saul is the only name dropped there. No name there. No name there. Nearly no thank you. Miss Cassandra, you son of a bitch. Tried to explain. Nothing. Nope. Nope. You look good, Unc. Thank you, Ferris. Thank you very much. It's the beard. No. No. Yeah, okay, we're back at the front. Shit. Okay. So what was it? I'm going to say 1, 3. 1, 3, 2. Shit. Cool. I'm assuming I don't get a second go at that side. And if that is the case... yeah, doesn't look like it. I don't get another chance at that ever, right? If I don't, could you, if you know the answer off by heart, or if you have it there, I'd love to know. I'd love to know where I got wrong. Yeah, 60. Oh, 67. Fuck. Okay, so I just got those mixed around. Okay, so fun fact, I was going to go 67 because it is the funny number. Same as the first Silent Hill 2. Damn it, if I only had played the original. Okay, I don't need that. I need this. I need to go to floor 2. Easy. Floor 2. Yeah, I don't.
Watch it.
I don't trust her. All right, ring, 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 banana phone.
What's wrong?
Let's just get out of here, okay?
I don't. You're gonna go you. I'm gonna go you. Okay. Wait.
What's wrong?
Oh no, did I...
I thought you wanted to get out of
It's in your head. Did I do something? Did I... Why do I have banana phone in my head? Did I sing that?
Just
Oh no. I can't remember if it grows in bunches. I've got my hunches.
Come on. It's gonna be fun.
Oh. Why do I have banana phone in my head? Why do I feel like I just sung that? I can't remember. Oh, it's closing. That's not cool. How do I get out? Yes, you did. Okay, cool. Why? Why did I sing it? That's what I want to know. I have no recollection. I am in... I'm between walls, apparently. Gimme. It is done. Sick no more. Sick no more. Why do I need to save here? Why do I need to save? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. There's no map. There's no map. Where am I? Why do not I like this? Why don't I like this? Do you remember the 21st night of September?
Run!
Oh, old mate's fucking running, isn't he? Oh. Got that camera angle and a half just then. Oh, he burst through the wall. Very cool.
There! An elevator!
Okay. Oh, okay, I'm in front.
Come on, hurry!
Oof. Ripperoni. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Si. Ripperoni. How's his clothes so clean, though? Can someone answer me that? Why? I got an achievement. Survive the chase in Brookhaven Hospital. Why are clean clothes clean? So I'm still in the other world. Oh. Okay. So, is it meant to be real sad right now? Am I meant to feel sadness? Because I feel nothing. I don't care that Maria got killed. I didn't even like her. She gave me weird vibes. But then is this game going to be like, well, because you didn't like Maria, you're actually a really terrible person. Hospital entrance key. Okay. Hey, that's her. A grown man is going to chase after a little girl. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist, unlike the director. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there is simply no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him, must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Are they talking about the director? Are they talking about the director? Who? Because I'm still in this world. Okay. Alright, I think that was everything here in the lobby. Yeah, it was. Good question. It gets worse. It what? And what did you say? I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. What do you mean it gets worse? There is a light over there. Oh, I haven't been outside yet in the other world, actually. This is the first time. Hello, Twosies. How you doing? How we going? Is it salty or is it spicy today, or both? Hello, Bean Boy. Welcome in. How you doing? Caffeinated. Hello, welcome in. It's a Tuesday Friday, my friends. Hello, Twos. Welcome in. Spoolie. Hello. Yeah. Is it salty? Is it spicy? Both. Oh, perfect. I got the both of yous. Hello, welcome in. Hey, Golden Honey, how you going? What were you playing tonight? Did I miss? You were playing Lost in Voice. Oh, what are your thoughts so far? What are your thoughts? I haven't played it yet. I've seen Twosies. Stop that. You don't need to, but thank you so much. Yeah, yeah, what are your thoughts so far in Lost in Voice? Have you heard Caffeinated? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We loved it, finished it, and it was amazing. Oh, perfect. Amazing. So you heard all the voices. You heard all the voices. That is great. That is great. Oh man, that's awesome. I haven't played it yet. I know, Dan, I think you're going to. And I didn't plan. I wasn't going to play it on stream, but I might actually. I avoided watching Sass and I avoided watching Scotch, and I've just avoided it everywhere. But yeah, welcome in anyway. Twos, if you need to raid and run, raiders, if you also need to raid and run, go do that. It's getting a little bit late. But Twosies, we've got a long weekend. How exciting! How exciting! But no, welcome in. Thank you so much for choosing here to raid in. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we're actually just playing some Silent Hill 2. My first time playing it. And I don't know how far in I am, but so far I'm liking it. So far is good. So keen for the long weekend. It's always good to see. It's always good to see you guys. I'm very excited for PAX to just spend more time with just everyone as well. And obviously last year we were down there, but first time kind of seeing everyone, it was a bit very, I don't know what you say. I don't know how you'd put it either, but it was, yeah, anyway, now that we're, there's a bit more of this, I'm kind of keen just to kind of, catch up and hang out with everyone a bit more. And it's always good to see you guys. And yeah, thank you so much. I'm so happy that you've just to see you, really, just to see you. It's been a while. I haven't really I streamed last Friday, but I haven't really hung out in your streams, so I need to actually. There's just busy. Also, I've got to reach out probably to both of you actually. I think this would be fun for both, but I've got a thing proposition. Hello, Penniless Goblin. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Tuesday, I've got a proposition for the thing that I'm working on. It's a little bit far away, but I think you will like it. And I've got to reach out. And yeah, I'm kind of excited, but yes. But as I said, if you need to raid and run, look after yourself. Raiders, if you need to do the same, go do that. I'm going to jump back in. And I appreciate it so much, Tooz. I appreciate it. Yes. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that at all. Kind of threw me off guard. But yeah, no, I'm working on something, and I've kind of asking a bunch of content creators. So like, I've reached out to Dan. I've reached out to Bella, Ali. I've got to reach out to Shads. I've got to reach out to Holly, Beers Not Babies, but basically just everyone that I kind of everyone that I showed off in the night shift. I want to kind of do the same thing, but make it a little bit more fun. But yes, no, I'll reach out to you and let you know the deets. Yes. Yes. Okay, in I go. What was I doing? Yeah, reach out anytime. Sounds amazing so far. You don't even know. But yes, no, I think it will be fun. Oh, fucking. Should be good. I wasn't. Why did that get me? Jump scare and a half. Just so quick. Hello. Man, so the legs really are. I should have been shooting the legs all this time. Why are you clicking? Why is it clicking? Oh, you son of a bitch. Get away, get away. Okay. I saw you, you little slithery little guy. Okay. Okay. Fuck, I missed. I missed like a pleb. We're good. Fuck off. Ugh. Jesus. So this isn't what you were talking about where you said, it gets worse, right? It's not that it's worse, but it's definitely more spooky now than it was. Fuck off, you dog. Yeah, the legs. Why haven't I been shooting the legs? It gets even worse. Sigh. It's spooky. It's spooky time now. Why is it so spooky? No, I didn't... didn't want to do that. The wall. Okay, now we're good. I thought it was something different. Oh. Am I going to the strip club? Am I going to the strip club? 2 times in one game? Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, let me in. Oh. Hey.
Stop! It's dangerous.
Oh, no. James struck me as that kind of guy. Yeah. Yeah. He kind of does, to be honest. Okay. Kneecap. Baby kneecap. Fuck, missed. Why was there just a weird noise? Oh, no. I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it. It's over there. I'm not gonna do it. Okay. Are we good? Oh, am I going to the diner? I'm just gonna make a run for it. I'm going to not make a run for it. Can I get into this door? Yeah, I can. We're good? We're in? Fuck off. No. Oh god, these guys suck. I hate how they're... Don't moan. Don't moan. I hate how they moan as well, by the way. Absolutely hate it. Nothing. Oh, there was something. What is that noise? I hate it. The whole straddling attack was new to this, I think. Oh. Oh, new to this remake. Right. Because it's very spider-like. And I hate it. Sorry, I can't remember if I said I hated it or not. Because I hate it. Are we going to the school? Oh no, I can see old mate down there. Fucking hiding. Fuck. Kneecaps. Shit. Dead. Dead. My typing is on one tonight. No, I think my reading comprehension is on one tonight. Methinks. Something's gonna be back here, isn't it? Yep. You son of a bitch. Fucking. Fuck off, dog. Hate them. Absolutely hate them. Okay, shotgun. I need ammo. I mean, I don't need it. I do have a bat. The bar. Where am I going here? Light to light. Oh, in here. In here? No. Oh, am I just going down the main road? Where am I going? Oh, you're just following the light. Have you been checking cars? Didn't know I could check cars. Let me check cars. I can't check cars. What do you mean, check cars? Some have stuff. Oh, okay. No, I haven't. I've just been... This one's got seatbelts. No, I've just been... These ones don't have anything. These cars hate me. No, I didn't think... I didn't even think to look in cars, honestly. Why is the music the way it is?
Laura, please, wait!
So how does she get to run through here unharmed? What? Oh no, I don't like this at all. What the fuck was that? Am I gonna get, like, jumped? Oh no, we're good. How are we Gucci?
Laura?
We Gucci. I don't know why I was scared.
She go.
What does it say? He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. A letter and a... Oh, why am I going through Silent Hill? I've already been through Silent Hill. Why am I doing it again? I don't want to do it. Why is it all so scoopy? Okay, nothing there. Oh, you son of a bitch. Dead. We good? No. Run. Fuck you. Fuck you. Going for the gap. Going for the gap. It's human shaped. Can't get me. Fuck you. But you can. Go away. Okay, how far away am I? I'm so far. Fuck off. No. Yep. Died. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Bell Street Macca's now. Yeah, fight it out. Fight, fight, fight. Heal. Oh my god, I need to syringe more actually. What is this noise? Hmm? Don't. No. Oh. Fuck off. Get off me. Get off me. Fuck. No, I'm trying to heal. Oh my god, you're a piece of fucking work too, champ. I'm trying to heal. I'm trying to heal. Yeah, we're good. Now I can see. We're good. Fuck off. I can't. There's so many of yous. Fuck off. Oh my god. No, I can't. I can't. I can't. Go away. Oh my god. Why? Why? Don't just stand here. Yeah, we're good. Fuck off. Fucking hell, dude. Okay, one down. Literally the worst. Okay, now I can check this place out. Oh! Leggy. Easy. You know what? Just to be sure. Okay, well... I'm still so far away. I should go to the bar, actually. There might be something there. Maybe. So, did I speak too early about it not being spooky? Because it's slowly getting there. And obviously I do like a slow build-up. But I feel like that's what's happening here. But like it's really slow. Is that... A lot of people think the hospital is until they finish it. Okay, because the hospital wasn't that spooky. I mean, there are obviously moments, right? But as I said to you, mentioned before, is that like outside of a couple bits in that last bit, it wasn't like scary. It was more, I guess, not jump scary, but I don't know how you'd describe, how you'd say it. Yeah, disturbing. Yeah. I don't even know. Not disturbing. It was more like just the enemies, I think, making me jump. But nothing has made me feel like I don't want to continue. That tunnel bit, potentially. Fuck, why am I trying to go through locked doors? That's what I want to know. Why can't I? Oh, it's because there's Chip's fur on the, blocking the laser of the mouse. Oh, I see you. I see a little booty. Yeah. Hello. I used to think the repetition of the enemies was a bit poo. There's a reason for all of it. Okay. Because I think that's a part of it as well, is that there's not much... There hasn't been very much variety, right? Ooh. Gosh, fucking... Jesus, dude. Fucking jump me. Jump me in the alley. That's what he did. Hey, yo. I think I shit myself when that happened, by the way. Oh. Hey, yo. Bleh. Okay, we're going the right way. This is the right way. However, I'm going to get jumped. There you are. Hello. Not having any of it. Not having any of it. Not having any of it. I typed out a thing, but I deleted it. I think my... I don't even know. A part of me died when I just jumped just then, by the way. Oh, I didn't know you could fit through here. Huh. I didn't know you could go through those. I've been thinking I've been safe. Okay, I'm in the place I need to be in. Oh, you son of a bitch. I fucking... You know what? Yeah. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I didn't think so. God, I ain't no spoiler. Alright. Fuck you. Fuck you. They are the worst, by the way. I believe this is just a little critter. There you are. Dan smells, pass it on. Dan does smell. I don't like his No Man's Sky base is on the fart planet. Yeah, I remember someone mentioned that. Might have been you. In someone's stream the other day that it was on a fart planet, which is an interesting choice, Danny, by the way.
Hello? Anyone there?
What is it? What is it? What does it say? Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. You should know. The key is in the park. At the feet of the praying woman, the wrench will open the gate. The key will let loose the abyss. I don't like the sound of that. I also... Oh. Okay. Well, I didn't pick up a key. Am I meant to pick up a key? Okay, nothing so far, but I am meant to go to Rosewater Park. And that's this way. Blackwater Park. Yeah. Oh, is that health there? Gimme. Mine. Mine. Mine and only mine. I don't mind Opeth reference. Yeah. It's lost on me. Okay. Alright. Banger album. Yeah, I wouldn't. Oh no. Why is the street so empty? Why are the streets so empty? I don't like how this second bit was just so easy. The door that wakes in the darkness, opening into nightmares. Opening into nightmares. What the... Thank you, Dan. What the fuck is this? Okay, well, I didn't like whatever the fuck that was. You best believe I'm gonna save. You best believe I'm gonna save. Oh, these are the tunnels that you saw when you oh my god, why can't I speak? At the very start of the game where you park your car in the car park, there's these types of tunnels. Why don't I like this, by the way? Um. What the fuck are these? What the f... I don't have any ammo. I don't have any ammo? I don't have any ammo. Fuck. If that's the only enemy here, that's fine. He goes slow too. Shit, there's another one? That's fine. We're good. We're Gucci. We're Gucci. Okay, I gotta move because he's gonna attack me. I just remember one of the boss fights, so they redid one from the ground up. The original one was super basic, but the redo kicked me in the guts. I don't like the sound of that. The fuck was that noise, by the way? So I went downstairs. Oh, okay. Maybe I just don't... Okay, so I don't remember it being on a hill of some sorts. But I'm clearly wrong. Thank you, Si. Always appreciate a wet fart. A wet, juicy fart. Okay. Nothing at the bin here. Never say that again, okay? Thanks. Okay. As in juicy fart? You don't want me to say that again? Or did I appreciate a juicy fart? Hmm? I need to know which one, just so I make sure that I don't say that ever again. Mm-hmm. Okay. I do go this way. I just don't know which one you want me to not say again. Me love she. Me love she. Oh, was it the one in the middle, actually, that I meant to go to? Fuck, where am I going? I'm getting close. This way to the right. Oh, hey. You're a person. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Hmm.
Hey. Are you feeling better?
This place is different from what I remember. I guess things never really stay the same, do they?
Yeah, I guess not.
I don't think she's here anymore, James. mama? She doesn't want to see me anymore.
Why would you think that? Anyway, I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see me?
Alive, I mean.
Oh. Yeah. I better get going.
Hello, Max. How you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Still don't want me to go with you? If we stick together, we might just make it out of here.
Out of where?
This town. Silent Hill.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, you didn't happen to see a little girl around here, did you?
A little girl?
What a weird question.
Yeah, Angela? Are you all right? Angela?
No. Please. You shouldn't be here.
Angela, it's okay.
No, don't touch me!
So I don't really like James as a person. Anyway, you know, Marty, I think you lost the immersion in that last stream I dipped in with all the fucking Tangiers and ass blasting. Yep. 100%. And I blame Dan for that, to be honest. Thank you, Dan. My patient buried it here. I knew, but... Thank you, Max. Mackie babes. Also, I hope you're doing well, Max. It's always lovely to have you here. My patient buried it here. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the old society was sealed. No one dares to approach that place. Now I offer you the key. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I prayed the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Am I the patient? If you still do not wish to stop James, because I'm not stopping James, it's telling me if I... Am I the patient? What's happening here? What is this key? What does it open? Ugh. How's your gig, hun? I was lurking. Classic. I tired after gig. I'm EP, man. Gig was really good. Hunters loved me. That's awesome, Max. Glad to hear it. I look hope this helps. Oh. Oh, I don't like it so far away, to be honest. That's a WTF if I ever saw one. No, that's okay. Thank you, Max. Sorry, how silly of me, to be honest. Am I out on the... I am out on the street. Okay, I've got to go... there's a fat question mark there, but I don't believe it one bit. I'm going to go forward and then chuck a big... Right. Am I... Okay, I got quite a distance to go. Get your joggers on, James. I'm going for a run. Jogging James. We got school buses. How far am I? Halfway. Me, the entire time I'm in this town. Hey, who turned out the lights? Yeah, it is a pretty dark town. Pretty dark town indeed. It doesn't help that it's so foggy as well. Okay. Almost there. Almost there. Next building. And the torch does nothing. It does absolutely nothing. Okay, we got, what? Is it here? A little bit further. Ba 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 ma 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 ma. Okay, we're here. Ding ding. Here we are. Okay. We are here at the historical Silent Hill Historical Society. I do not know why, but I'm going to save it. Hey, Sai. Am I close to the end? I was just curious if I would be... Is it something that I could finish tonight if, let's say, I... No. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. I thought, oh boy, maybe I finish it tonight. Okay. All right. Little Baroness, the maiden voyage of 1916. Okay. The Lady of the Light. Man, that just... Yeah. Playing this, I can see a lot of inspiration for Alan Wake. Lady of the Light being one of them. And obviously, like, the town. Ah, Pyramid Head.
It's him.
Misty Day. Remains of the Judgment. Okie dokie. Which side do I want to look at? What's this? Title unknown. Author unknown. Waterfront landscape. Depiction of the local area. The style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s when the region was far less populated with sparse infrastructure. But where is the painting? Wilst coal mine. Established in... Okay, don't really... Oh. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, I go off the map here. Oh. Oh. Question, sir. Is this a screenshot from the first game? Thought so. Dan and Max, sorry, why are you sighing? Have I missed something? Did I sigh and you're just making fun of me? Very 2000s. Very 2000s. This looks like the guy from Resident Evil 3. What's his name? Carlos. Daniel. Max. Sai. What's happening? Oh. Is it because I'm saying Sai? I hated him, man. Every time I come here, I am abused. I don't know why I brought the gun up, because the gun don't do nothing. Holy shit. Where am I? Okay, there's no map. Isn't that the guy from Red Dead 1? Maybe. John Marsden. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, it's John Marsden here. Am I meant to go backwards at some point? Or am I meant to just keep on going down? Good boy. Hey, it's John Marsden here. Hey, I'm walking here. I'm John Marsden. Straight down. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, I reached the bottom. I got an achievement. Reached the end of the long staircase. Into the abyss. Okay. Is this the real Silent Hill? Is this the Silent Hill prisoner number? Ooh. Was this, are we gonna find out that this is the Silent Hill, the Silent Hill was the friends we made along the way? Because we ain't made no friends. Oh, we just got plain old you, huh? Miss me. Loser. Oh, fuck. Get down. He's gonna explode. Achievement unlocked. Did you really? Yeah. Yeah. Popped up in the corner saying, I made it to the end. No, sorry, I was channeling Eskimo Joe. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Okay, I don't have a map. I don't know why I thought I would have a map down here. Okay, there's something at the end there, but I'm gonna go this way because it's lighter. Ooh. Oh, there's things here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering. Oh. Oh, are all the things that I've been killing... are they the... bodies from the water? Skewer me, daddy. Who's up skewering their daddies right now? That has, like, so many different meanings. Hey, it's the hole from the picture. Oh, I thought that was a ladder. Yeah, you know what? Oh, wait, the ladder... No, it's not a ladder. Oh, I can jump. You best believe I'm gonna jump. Jump. See. How they attack? They have no arms or head. How they find a way? That would hurt, though. So I've got a couple ways to go. Oh, this is like a... Oh no, I meant to... Okay, there's no... It's not multi-path. Okay. Daniel. Oh. Yeah, so I have a feeling that all of these creatures are the ones from that were thrown into the water, right? Oh. Why it red? Oh. Got a key. Oh. I hate this. I'm hating this. Is that a talking out loud question or you wanted an answer? Oh, part of me forgot what I asked, so. So I'm going to say a talking out loud. Am I meant to figure this out? Dan. Cool. Am I meant to jump some more? Is that what? Is that... Why am I jumping so much? Also, surely Jane would be out of breath. He's been doing a lot of running. He's been doing a lot of killing. Okay, I don't... Oh. Don't mind if I diddly do. I don't like the look of any of this. Is this... Is this a boss fight? I'm getting very boss fighty vibes here. Okay. Alright. Oh, the pictures of this. Thank you, Dan.
Ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head and...
No, Dan. No. Everyone say no to Dan.
Eddie? Oh, hi, James.
What happened here? Who
fuck was that? I don't know. It just came at me. Okay. So he attacked you, and you shot him. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He made me do it. Okay, calm down, Eddie. Any idea why he would do that? I don't know. He came out of nowhere. Tried sneaking up on me in the dark. I heard footsteps, so I turned back and he was right there. And you could tell that he wanted to hurt you. Well, yeah, I mean, the way he looked at me, I just had to do it. He looked at you? I thought you said he came at you. Yeah, I mean, I could see it in his eyes. His eyes? He kept looking at me, making fun of me. I told him not to, but he didn't listen. Eddie, you can't just kill someone because the way they looked at you. You should see your face, James. I was just joking. The guy was dead when I got here. I got you, didn't I? Well, anyway, I better get going. Wait. You're gonna go out there alone? Yeah.
I have a lot of questions, but just his little yeah. Let's not do that, okay? Please and thank you. Dumb. So I can't. So ice. Why is it snowing? Why is it icy? Unless it's not ice. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. He's just walking around down here without a care in the fucking world. He doesn't, Max. He doesn't care. There seems to be a few issues with him as well. Why is it foggy in your world? As in, isn't it meant to be foggy? Or is that like a... No, I'm saying... Oh, yeah, yeah. Rifle rounds. Why is it giving me rifle rounds? Oh, I don't like the sound of this serpent section. No. Prison basement. Man, this prison's massive. I'm just looking in the bottom left corner. That's the... So it's all on the one floor? Nope, never mind. Why is the showers massive? Is that a boss fight area? That looks huge. Oh my god. I'm nowhere near the end. They still haven't found him. Since he had the cabinet key, we should assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spare from the witness checkpoint and secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. Why does the prison section have a bore section? Oh, we got a death chamber. Didn't even look at these. change rooms, guard room, break room, infirmary, woman and man, warehouse, warden's office, canteen yard. Where's the boar section? Have I missed it? Guard room. Ah, yep. Was it just the name? Oh, okay, it was the name boar section. So this area is called the boar section. So much like, I guess, serpent section and boar section, they might just be names. Okay. Just names of floors or something. Yeah, potentially. That's what I'm a-thinking. So what section am I going into? I'm going to go into the chapel first. That seems like a much... Oh. Oh, so if you sin... Feet on spikes. Oh, they do 2 at a time. They chain the prisoners up to listen to the sermon. Heaviest weight, okay. Okay. It's fairly easy. What's in... anything? Okay. This is just the... Okay. The prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze with what little words they know. And so they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are. For no matter how foul or loathsome one's existence may be, human nature abides. Okay. So I'm in the vestry at the moment. Okay. So where did he come from, actually? Where did it come from? Okay. Came from, like, over here. Alright. No thanks. No thank you. Okay. So what? Afraid of the light? What's the go here? My condolences. What do you mean, Sai? What do you mean? I'm not sure if I like the sound of that. Okay, I also don't know where I'm meant to be. Dan, weren't you getting out of here, by the way? Okay, I'm gonna go down here. Okay, psych, you thought. Am I just meant to make a run for it? I don't know what the... No, I'm going Night Gamers. Okay. Night Daniel. Okay. Dan. Oh, there's a door over there with a light. Goes into the yard, though. So where am I right now? I'm there. I guess the only thing is I don't know what leads into what at the moment. Okay. Fuck off. Nope. I saw that. Didn't like that at all. Why am I in the yard? Why is he panting? What's happening? Did I make it fucky? Leroy Jenkins. Jenkins? I'm Jenkining. Jenkining? Jenkining? Oh, you're in here. What is it? No? I'm confused. Okay. Pull ye but once on a rope's frayed end. Choose the one justified from among the damned. Seek out their tales, think upon each sin, or let blind fate choose. Let the judgment begin. Okay. Oh, they go. They'd hang off of those, and then okay. I guess I will head back. Oh, what's this? Oh. Spooky. I've been spooked. So I meant to find the other ones. Oh. Gotcha. So that opens the serpent door, I assume. Ugh. I might have to, I just realized the time. I might have to call it there. I'm getting a little bit eepy. And then I gotta wake up early in the morning. But, Sai, do you think I'm another stream away, like around like 5-ish hours, or was it more? Do you think it's more than 5? Obviously, without spoiling, but does it really depend on how quick obviously it depends on how quick I go, but like, you know, on a general playthrough, would I be close? Or, actually, I can't remember if I did, but I'm going to do it again. Honestly, a standard is 15 to 20 hours. Oh. So I've just got halfway. I'm just over halfway. Pretty much. Like, because it's my first time, so I'm kind of taking everything a little bit slow. There's areas that I'm kind of going for, but let's say 20 hours. If completionist is 25, maybe let's say, yeah, 17 to 20 would be where I'm going. So I'm just over halfway. Fuck, okay. Cool. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. That is insanity, by the way. I didn't know how long that game was. Honestly, Daniel, were you not going to bed, champ? I'm sorry. I've been saying champ a lot lately. I'm sorry. You're a champion in my eyes, but you're not champ. Dan, go fart in bed. I think he is farting in bed. Yeah, I didn't realize how long that Rip Pixel. I didn't realize how long that game is. I'm taking photos of the moon. Oh, yeah, that's right, because it is full moon, isn't it? What are you still doing awake? Zuna's still awake. I thought Zuna was asleep. Zuna is very much awake. Yeah, it's a long game. I had no idea. I thought it was going to be similar to Resident Evil 4 play length, the remake. Because I guess I was saying all that stuff because I was like, surely I'll be nearing the end, because generally like a single player game is, you know, of this like caliber, I guess it would be 8 to 10. So I was like, man, I've just hit like the 7-8 hour mark. Surely I'd be near the end. So that's why I was kind of making all those judgments, but I guess, yeah, okay. So if I'm just halfway, that means in horror game terms, I'm not there yet. I haven't reached I can see this part being fucking scary. I think the OG took like 10. Oh. So did they add levels or sections, or is it just a slower? Obviously added new sections. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool. So do you know that if it's more, like if it's well received compared to the original, like as far as remakes go, this is like good? Because I know Resident Evil 4 remake and Resident Evil 2 remake are like okay, everyone was going like cool. Okay, sweet. Because yeah, I'm in the hospital. I'm like, surely this will be near the end. And I'm like, I'm a little bit underwhelmed in a way. If that's all it's got to offer. And then obviously like the got a little bit spooky at the end of the hospital. And I was like, okay. But Okay. Okay, I'm excited, and that kind of concerns me a little bit that I haven't hit the scary part yet, which is good. Good but scary. Um, who's on? You are kidding. Okay, I know exactly who we're rating into. Okay, Def, worthwhile, my favorite series. Okay, keen to see they're redoing one. Yes, I have heard that. And I've heard that they're redoing. I think maybe you mentioned it as well, but they're redoing 3 or they're redoing another one. So they're redoing 1 and then another Silent Hill game. Okay. Okay, yeah, 1 and 3, I think, plus a new one on the way. Yes, Silent Hill Townsville, not Townsville, Hilltown. It's the one set in Townfall. Yes, Townsville. Hey, okay. Yes, Townfall looks cool because it's first person, and it's set in Scotland, Ireland, England, not England. Maybe it is England, UK. Yeah, somewhere. Yes, but very keen for that. Very keen. It looks great, and who's doing that as well? I think it's not an unknown studio, but not a studio that's touched Silent Hill before, right? Because it's not Blooper. Bloober. Good question. Yeah, let me have a look. Townfall. Let's have a look. Screenburn. What has Screenburn done before? Nothing. Okay. But it is published by Annapurna. And Annapurna games tend to go off. And okay. But the developer itself, the studio that's doing it is Screenburn. So they haven't released anything. So I assume it's either a Annapurna studio that they've invested in, made up of newcomers, or it's a completely new studio. Have a quick look actually. Screenburn Studio. Screenburning Interactive. US, formerly No Code. Oh, okay. They're based in Glasgow, Scotland. Okay, so that would make sense why Townfall is based in Scotland. Isolated backdrop of Scotland. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. No, but I'm very keen for that actually. Very keen. And it's gonna look really cool too. But yeah, curious how they're going to do it all because none of the marketing so far has had the they did Outer Wilds and Stray interesting. That was Annapurna though, right? The studio behind Stray was Blue 12 Studio. So that was the developer. So what you want to look at, Sai, is the developer, and not so much the publisher. So hang on, how can I do this? How can I do this? There we go. Okay. So yeah, here we go. YouTube. Yep. So the publisher themselves would be really the ones that are funding it. The developer's the one that you want to look at because they're the ones actually, making it, right? But this is their first game, and looking at their website, oh, hello, Chip. Chip, you okay? What's happening? You got such big whiskies. But the website did say that they're built of AAA developers and exploring like the indie landscape and whatever. But yeah, Annapurna have published a whole bunch of games, which is like a lot of these are really good. I've heard good things about this one. 12 minutes was okay, but like it had a lot of, yeah. So basically Annapurna Interactive just has money. And I wouldn't be surprised if Screenburn was doing a, why are you licking my hand? I wouldn't be don't bite my hand, you jerk. Let's try again. Third time's the charm. Thank you, Chip. I wouldn't be surprised if Screenburn said, we want to make a Silent Hill game, but we don't have the people. And then Konami, or not people, the funding. And then Konami said, we can't fund it, but if you can find funding for it, yes, you can make a Silent Hill game. And Screenburn was like, hey, Annapurna, we're making a Silent Hill game. We'd love for you to fund it. And then that's why it's a dual thing. So looks like Screenburn or whatever is an alias or branch of Konami. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't see anything on the website, actually. Do I still have it up? No, I don't. That's okay. Because generally you'll find as well, if it's not developed by Konami, so Konami wouldn't generally have, so like Homecoming, right? That was done by a completely separate studio. So Konami, I guess, would, how would I say, would outsource it, I guess. So they would put out feelers to be like, who would be good potentially, or who wants to make a Silent Hill game. Because who did F? Who did F? Where is F at? Doki Doki Survival. Oh, okay. No, okay. I was going to say Doki Doki Literature Club is great. So yeah, okay. So Neobards. Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's pretty concerning that their only other thing is a Resident Evil Resistance DLC. Anyway, holy shit. Resident Evil Resistance. Jesus Christ. Chip, you are half off the desk. You can't lean on my mouse, my guy. You're going to fall. There we go. Don't bite my arm. There we go. I'm just helping. Hey, Miss Sheba, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in. Okay, I'm actually going to sleep. Great stream, mate. Have a good night. Night, Dan. Night. For the 20th time. Good night. Yeah, it's plastered all over Konami. Homecoming was buns. Oh man. Yeah, so Konami would still be, I guess, blasting it everywhere because they still own the game. They still probably have all the rights to it. They would just be, I guess, licensing or getting a studio to, I guess the best way I could probably put it would be McDonald's, right? You've got McDonald's as the brand, and then you can actually have people that license out a franchise at a place. They still have to kind of follow everything, but it's still, Macca's. A little bit different with studios. They still get to keep the name. However, whatever they make would be technically Konami's. Yeah, I mean, and this is just me kind of guessing the logistics of it. So like, for example, Neobard won't own anything of Silent Hill F. However, they can say, we made this, they won't be able to, go, actually, Konami, we want to take it for ourselves, and you can't have anything to do with it, kind of thing. Because the IP is still Konami, but they can just basically say, we made this, we can market it, we can kind of do whatever, we just don't 100% own it. Yeah. Leasing the IP. Yeah. 100%. Silent Hill franchise. Here we go. So for example, Bloober made Silent Hill 2, right? So Bloober isn't part of Konami one bit. Because if you look at Bloober, you know, and you go into Chronos New Dawn, you know, it's not published. It's self-published by them, right? What else did they make? They made Layers of Fear. Actually, I don't think they made the original Layers of Fear. 2016. No, they did. Huh. So I guess they've just self-published a lot of things, and then I guess they must have reached out because I think, yeah, Layers of Fear came out, then they did Blair Witch, and then they did Layers of Fear 2. And I reckon that horror team, especially after Medium, actually I've got Medium, I haven't actually properly played it. But like, I think this one here would have, I reckon it would be a similar team that worked on this would have partially worked on, Silent Hill 2, mainly because you're dealing with the two worlds. Where's a good shot? Like these are very Silent Hilly colors from what we've seen so far, right? And I guess Silent Hilly enemies, I guess, yeah, they're very, yeah. But I tried to get into Medium. I've played it for a little bit, and I couldn't. Yeah, 2 hours. I think I actually streamed it. My computer wasn't that good, but I think I tried streaming it years and years ago. And I don't know, something about it. Oh yeah, and they published it with someone else as well, whoever that is. But yeah, like this looks great, and I have a feeling that some of the team from this, the main components of the team, would have then worked on Silent Hill 2, because Bloober would also be made up of separate teams too. So, can get into large though. Ayo. You know, yeah. I moved from medium to large a few years ago, actually. Makes you feel sad. Ginge, look off to bed. Have a great night, everyone. Night, Ginge. Everyone's saying night, Ginge. Night, Ginge. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Fuck yeah, I haven't played Layers of Fear in forever. They did make Layers of Fear. Oh, is that the? This is the second one. Yes. Okay. So they had the original one here. No. You've got this one, which is the first one. Yes. Yes, this is the first one here. And then I think Layers of Fear 2 didn't do too well, and yeah, mixed, yeah. But I don't know why. Have you? Let's go for you. Have you played Layers of Fear 2 at all? Or Layers of Fear 1, Si? I did 1, I think. Yeah, I've played a little bit of 1. I haven't played anything of 2. Because I think this also had pretty negative, not negative reviews, maybe negative reviews, and then it's changed to mostly positive, but overall, it looks like it's mixed. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, I can't believe that Silent Hill 2 was a 20-hour game, though. Like, that's nuts. How long has Emma played it for? 26. Okay, you did 20, 18. Yeah, okay. Fucking hell. I didn't realize it was that long. I didn't realize. Okay. All right. I can't remember if I did 2. Was there a third? I think there's one coming out too. Okay. I'm not sure if there's a third. Maybe that's the one that's coming out. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. All right. I can feel myself going. I'm going to take the time now to thank you all and give you these guys. We're going to raid out to Jantha, who is playing Alien Isolation. If you know Jantha doesn't want to be playing that at all. With a heart rate monitor. I do see that. That is nuts. But no, thank you all for just spending time and just chilling here. Silent Hill 2 is slowly getting there. I know at the start, I might have been a bit early with my thoughts, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I can feel it now. So, but no, thank you, Sai, for hanging. Max, Miss Sheba, thank you for just being here. Sorry for the yap one sentences I type as I think, which is many. No, Sai, that's fine. That is fine. But we're gonna raid out to Ajantha. Good night, Sai. Good night. We'll catch you next time. Night. But no, thank you everyone for just chilling out. Thank you for the raids. Twos, Scotchy. It's I appreciate you all. And I'm pretty busy this weekend. We'll be starting to pack, but Monday we got off, so might do a sneaky day stream, perhaps. I don't know yet. But if you haven't and you want to see potential schedules in the future, feel free to join the Discord. I am also posting little shorts and VODs and starting to do edited videos on the YouTubes. But yes, that is kind of everything. And I'm going to wind down, look for some snacks, some food to have, and then crawl into bed and hope Zuna doesn't hate me. But okay. No, that's it. Night, everyone. Thank you all.